Acme and MFA trying to do witchcraft on you. I think they are showing some of the products they have on display. Beyond journalism, I've seen some statuettes, some moldings made out of unburnt clay. And all these speak to this kind of stuff that you possibly would see when you visit the shrine. So maybe Jan will give us more detail on what that is supposed to mean, or whether that's the new form of AI, as we shall be discussing later on. So, Jan.
A very good morning to you all, and welcome to day two of the Uganda Media Week. Um, I, I'm sure if you were in here yesterday, you went back home and had a lot of thoughts and reflections. And so, if you just look at your table, there is something. Apart from the conversations that are going on and the workshops, we are running a subtle media exhibition. And if you saw out, there's a whole row of work that is being done by journalists, the showcasing of things. And today I'm just going to ask Jim to use 1 minute because he's exhibiting just in front of you on the tables. And I think it's something to do with film and media and film. So 1 second to clarify, and then we can proceed as we get ourselves ready for the next part.
Morning, morning, everyone. My name is Jim Joel. I'm an artist. I'm a photographer and a human being. Yeah, the- this exhibition involves all of us. You will see tea spices that have been passed down generations, but it's being exhibited alongside the cinemas, and all this comes from a part of our heritage, the Indian heritage. Most of the adverts for the cinemas, for the films and everything, but the newspaper, that's where you can find solid advertisement of the films. But at the same time, there are people who work in the cinemas who also use these teas who are never mentioned, who are never documented, who are never, we do not know where they are. And I'm questioning the archive. Who are these people? Those are the sculptures you see. Who are these people? Who are you? And they all have strings attached. They're all attached to us from one generation to the next to now. They were the people who introduced popcorn, the people who introduced films to us, the people who your grandparents might have talked to walking along the streets in Kampala, coming from the cinemas and the like. Why I'm interested in the Media Week is because my major source of information is newspapers from the 1970s. That's the very on the tea spices you see. That is from Ngoma Chai. It was advertised. The recipe is from Ngoma Chai, advertised in 1971 Uganda Agas. Is that how you still make your tea, or been has it transited? We're in a hotel where our own heritage is not being served. So what is going to happen in the next 50 years? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim, for that. Then quickly, I'm just going to come back to you while we transition into the next part, just to ask any volunteers um, to just tell me to share, not to tell me, to share what stood out for you yesterday as we transition into the next session. What is the one thing that stood out for you yesterday? Our microphone is going to be moving.
Good morning.
Morning.
Um, Yesterday, what stood out for me in the session on public editor is that the public editor is instrumental in enabling the media fulfill its responsibility. uh, both from an ethical point of view, but also from the relationship of the media with the public. So I was very happy that it came out.
Okay, perfect. Any other person? Mhm.
Morning, everyone. I think it's important that I start by introducing my name. My name is Milton Emiakwam. I work. What stood out for me yesterday, uh, many, but I want to uh, share this with the house, is that the media, both mainstream and others, still continue to give full coverage or bigger coverage to two or three presidential candidates, leaving the rest of the candidates to 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 do their campaigns without actually coverage. So I think we we are trying to not be fair in what we are covering. So in summary, what stood out for me is that media is kind of biased to the rest of the world, the five presidential candidates we have in the country. Thank you.
Okay. Any one last hand, and then I'll invite Bill Dunn. Bill Dunn, please come. One last hand. There was a hand there.
Good morning. My name is Simon Chris Makanga. Well, what stood out for me is the candid conversation that was held from the first panelists and also from the audience, which means that if we are to change the media landscape of this country, the conversation that took place yesterday was a center stage, which means that 20 years from now or 10 years from now, this conversation will be a bedrock for the green light that we need ahead of the media landscape. And also the insurance scheme. I love money and I will go for that.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you so much. Now, as we get into the next session, I'm going to invite Bill Dunn to speak briefly about the concept of AI in light of the future of journalism, but very briefly as we get ourselves to grab the coffee.
Good morning. My name is Bill Dan Arnold Borodi. Um, I'm kindly requesting for my presentation. Yeah, I am called Bill Dan Arnold Borodi. I work with Otic Group. We're leading AI consultancy in Uganda and Rwanda. I'm also a staff writer with a standard newspaper from Uganda Christian University. Um, Today, we're having a discussion about artificial intelligence. Many people from across very many corridors are having different sentiments about artificial intelligence. Some people are saying artificial intelligence is here to take away our jobs. Some people are asking ethical questions around artificial intelligence. What are the ethical considerations? There is a lot of discussion here and there from the academia, the industry itself, and across the world. Well, I put together this short presentation just to give us an insight of what we are dealing with here. So it is very important that we understand where we come from, because where we come from um, casts and introduces the future for us. If you know where you come from, then you certainly will have a very smooth running in the future. So I decided to put together where we did come from with artificial intelligence in relation to journalism. So a flashback in 1952, the CBS newsroom in the United States, The year 1952 was an election year for the states. So this CBS newsroom had a giant prediction machine called UNIVAC. UNIVAC predicted the election of that election year. The election was between Henseinhofer and Stevenson, and UNIVAC predicted a landslide for Henseinhofer. But of course, when the newsroom had discussions, the editors, they were very optimistic about releasing the results of UNIVAC to, to the world. And yet, people who were political commentators at that time were, were predicting a very close, tight race. So after the election, we are too surprised that actually Heinz-Steinhofer won the election with a landslide. So that is where I think artificial intelligence touches the newsroom. Then we come back to 2004. Around 2004, Facebook was created by Mark Zuckerberg. Around 2006, we have Facebook coming into the Ugandan market, the African market. And when we have Facebook coming into our uh, dispensation, people didn't know what to do. Traditional media immediately adapted to Facebook. We started putting our content on Facebook, but we did not know that actually Facebook was benefiting off our content. You know, we put content on Facebook. Facebook was getting numbers. Facebook was getting people actually using Facebook instead of using traditional media. And right now, we're having issues about revenue streams that social media has cost us. But we intentionally, consciously or unconsciously, took ourselves into this kind of loop. We started using Facebook without understanding what we are working with, and right now, Facebook has surpassed us. Facebook has one of the biggest audiences in the world. Meanwhile, we are still suffering. We are looking for a way to survive. So it is very important. I put the NB. Technology has always entered the newsroom before policies have been developed. You know, we have tech coming into the newsroom, and then we begin grappling, just like the era of artificial intelligence. Kindly take me to the next slide. So before we can dive deeper, I put together some foundational theories that are governing AI ethics. And we started with this lady, Roha Benjamin. She coined the new Jim Code. Now, in it, Benjamin develops her concept of the new Jim Code, which references Michelle Alexandra's work, The New Jim Crow. Analyze how seemingly neutral algorithms and applications can replicate or worsen racial bias. Now, it is very important for us as journalists put this theory into our fingertips, that most of these technologies that we use actually modify racial discrimination. Most of these tools modify biases that we already have in society. So we need to be very careful. I would urge us to go on YouTube and do a little bit research on Roha Benjamin. She has very interesting insights there that you can catch through. She's an African American professor working in America. So there we have the next digital colonization. It's also important for us to understand that we have a concept of digital colonization, that actually the colonialists are using the new digital era. They're using the digital tools, such as the tools that you're using, ChatGPT, to actually advance their interests. This is happening knowingly or unknowingly. Recently, Sam Altman, the owner of OpenAI, was in a panel, and he said, um, unknowingly, people are beginning to adapt to his to his punctuations. You see, there is a way that AI punctuates, and so he's seeing that the world is is already adapting to it, and people actually do not know that they're adapting to Sam Altman's method. So we need to look at this issue of digital colonization very, very closely. So this is something that you can go and do more reading about. Then we have Ubuntu AI, which is another interesting concept that we can look at, incorporating our principles. I am because of you. It's important that as we are building these different AI tools, we incorporate some of these principles of Ubuntu as we are developing them. So when I go back to Facebook, when Facebook came, right now we had around 2023, the emergency of um, generative AI, and when generative AI has come, so over a very short period of time, technology is rapidly evolving. Around 2003 we had 2023 we had generative AI, and right now the conversation is totally shifting into agentic AI. So I'm not going to go very deep into what agentic AI is, but that is where the world is moving in. If you are still a newsroom looking at ChatGPT, looking at Perplexity, you're being left behind because the world is moving to the next technological development. And the law of accelerating returns explains this. The exponential growth that technology is having, it accelerates really fast. Kindly take us to the next slides. A symbolic power in media. This is a concept that I was developed years back. It's important that we understand who controls meaning in media in the age of AI. So in this case, if you are using tools like ChatGPT, it is important you understand the creator of ChatGPT. You need to understand what is behind the creator, what was his mind. You need to know uh, the creators behind these different tools, because in there is a symbolic power. They have control over you if you do not understand what you are working with. Then of course we have the centering technology and technology contracts. You people can, I urge you to go and look at those concepts and read them deeper, because they will expound on your knowledge. Yeah, kindly take me to the next slide. So a question I'm asking, journalism's ethical role in the age of AI. What is our role as journalists? Instead of us being confused on what next, it's important we know that as journalists, we are supposed to demand transparency in AI use. We have always had a cardinal role of being a watchdog, accountability, and so this is where we come in. We also have to audit this AI generated content. Right now we have deepfakes coming up. We have AI generated content coming up. So it is our role as journalists to actually audit this AI generated content. And also it's important we protect our editorial independence. Our editorial independence is where the public trusts us. If we take away the editorial independence, then the public risks not trusting us. So it is important that in this age of AI, as journalists, we actually protect our independence. With this, I just want to say that there are a lot of new opportunities that have come up with this that you can venture into. There is reporting on algorithms, reporting how surveillance systems are working, reporting about how companies are developing these artificial intelligence tools. Are these tools safe for use? So those are all roles that journalists we are entitled to actually take up and and manage. Talking about the editorial independence, can you take me to the next slide? Um, so let me quickly take us through an AI policy. I talked about Facebook, how Facebook came in, how we had UNIVAC, how we have had these technological advancements, but we do not really have policies that that govern this these tools. I'm seeing Madam here. Let me wrap up very fast. So when coming up with the editorial policy, it's important we define the scope of the policy that we are coming up with. What are your concerns? Are your concerns bias? Are your concerns transparency? It's important you map that out very clearly in your policy. Next, who is covered in your policy? That is something that you need to talk about as a newsroom. Is your policy covering journalists? Is it covering editors? Is it about the AI tool? Is it going to touch big tech? Those are very important questions that you need to ask yourselves as you are formulating AI policies. Kindly the next. Um, a very important question you should ask yourselves when you're coming up with a policy as a newsroom is, um, should we use AI? If you are using AI, how are you going to use AI? If you are not using AI, why are you not using AI? Now, when you talk about a policy does not only work for people who are going to use artificial intelligence in the newsroom processes. No, even when you are not in tandem with artificial intelligence, you need to clearly show that in your editorial policy, because you have many writers who don't know. So there needs to be a go-to document that anybody can access. So it's important you ask those questions, and then in there you answer questions on grammar. What grammar are you using? What style are you using in your editorial work? Headlines, which kind of headlines are you using? Are you using long headlines, short headlines? That is what you decide as a team. Then, of course, research and support. Are you going to use AI for research? Are you going to use AI for data analysis? Those are questions that you ask yourselves as a newsroom. Then I put the NB, the AI policy. I did mention that. It's important that whether you decide to use AI or not, you should start developing this AI policy. Yeah, next. Um, Okay, I've stopped here. But well, thank you so much. We could maybe have discussions later on how we can have policies that actually work for our newsrooms. Yeah, thank you so much. Um, have a great day.
Thank you so much, Bill Dunn. He's available for conversation about the subject, and we appreciate the insights you've given us, and they help us set the tone for the next session. So, Karibu, Simon.
So in this particular session, we're going to go the format of our Grab a Coffee podcast, and we'll be running it like we normally do. And first, we normally prefer to share what we call ground rules even before we introduce ourselves. Because it's going to be recorded and shall be played back as a product on its own subsequently, we're going to request that there is minimum movement in the room to avoid disruption of camera angles and all that. So the cameramen, those on assignment, no. Those who are taking still pictures, no. Let's not disrupt and interrupt each other. You may first keep that microphone there, sir. The podium microphone. Then, of course, we'll keep our conversation in the audience at a bare minimum so that, again, we do not disrupt the sound. We also try as much as possible to have our gadgets on silent so that there is very minimum disruption. Once again, welcome. So I will ask my partner in crime, Raymond, now to take us through the opening and role of the Grab a Coffee podcast.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. How are you? Guys, good morning. Thank you. I I hope there's enough breakfast for us outside the room. Um, The Grab a Coffee podcast, of course, is co-hosted by Simon and I. It's available everywhere you get your podcasts. It's a unique opportunity also for us as journalists to try and influence current affairs. So we do one podcast every Friday. So every Friday morning, there's a new podcast. If you want to become a loyal subscriber, it's free of charge to subscribe to us. But we do have a live event every once a quarter, which is paid for, and the money is really cheap. It's 50,000. You can afford it. It's the only way you can keep the media house itself running. We're going to have a production team with us today, and they're pretty much in charge of us. The podcast is a very lively thing. It's not as a structured panel as people would have it seem. So we'll invite our guests to the front, and then the production team will take over from that point. There's something called a jingle. Moses, can you help us play the jingle so that people can hear it first? Immediately, because we will have started. And when you hear it again, then the podcast will be ending. So we will have our guests and talk to them for 45 minutes, close the podcast, and then open up for panel questions and conversations. Yes.
Raymond, thank you very much. And so that we can introduce them formally for the podcast, let's invite our guests. And we have Juliet Nafka. I'm sure you know where you are. Please come and take your position on the set. And we have Raymond, not this one, but another Raymond, Raymond Ampeire. Let's give them a hand clap as they come. Juliet and Raymond. You take a pick on who you want to sit next to. All right, now that we have our guests stationed, Moses can take over. During the Uganda Media Week 2025. My name is Kasiate, Simon Kasiate, and Ori is joined by,
Raymond Mujuni. Did I get that right?
well, you always do get it wrong, but we'll take it for the fact that you have it right because that's how you prefer to have it. And yes, we're having a very interesting conversation today. It's a conversation that has and stirs, or should we say, brews mixed reactions from different practitioners, but very specifically in the realm of journalism. Artificial intelligence it is. The questions abound. Is artificial intelligence an enabler how journalism shall be done, or will it lead to the annihilation of journalism as we have known it? Some argue, rightly so, like with the advent of the internet, that AI is going to be an enabler of good journalism. Then others argue that just like many jobs have been lost to the advancement of technology in many ways, from the industrial revolution to date, AI may in fact portend the death of journalism. To make sense of this conversation, we have two incredible guests, and I'm going to ask that Raymond Mujuni introduces the lady on the panel, and then I'll have the honor to introduce the gentleman on the panel. Over to you.
There's never a history on this panel of us introducing guests. It's not going to happen. So, Julie, we normally ask our guests first. One, how do you like your coffee if you take coffee in the morning?
Good morning, everybody. I like my coffee extra hot, black, no sugar.
I hope that someone fixes you an extra large black coffee as this panel goes on. Raymond, how do you like your coffee? Please don't say you don't take coffee. Raymond, take coffee.
I actually do enjoy coffee, and I love my coffee strong, black, hot, and no sugar, just like Juliet.
All right, thank you, Julie and Raymond. And we're going to interchangeably ask you questions, but I wanted to start with you, Julie. So many people have announced the death of journalism. Social media announced the death of journalism. The printing press at one point announced the death of journalism. Um, People who, content creators, keep saying, that journalism has died. But for some reason, some people still wake up, they buy the newspaper, they switch on their TV, they listen to the radio. And this art form of delivering news to people has sort of survived all the forms of transformation that have come. Help us understand, will artificial intelligence, in the manner and form it is now, be any different from all those others? And should we be worried? We really don't earn enough, so there's reason to worry.
Well, very good question. Um, Journalism has come close to death so many times over the last, let's call it 100 years. With the printing press, as it evolved to more advanced methods of producing media, that was actually the height of journalism, a very fantastic time of journalism where more information could be replicated, quicker distributed further. In comes the radio, which complemented print media. But again, there was a stress at that point in time. Fast forward to the introduction of the internet, and everybody was screaming, print is dead, print is dead. But here we are, like you've said, people still wake up in the morning, go out and buy the newspapers. But what we've been seeing over all these shifts and changes in times and technologies is the complementary factor that these new developments have added to the art, I like that you called it that, of journalism. Web came in and complemented journalism, caused a bit of concern, is still causing a bit of concerns, especially in the African landscape, where we have yet to figure out a stronger media viability model. But nonetheless, it has created other opportunities for the practice of journalism. Hence, we sit in the podcast like this. Um, So we have seen shifts, stresses, but also opportunities, which we have not really delved enough into. We have tended to focus more on the threats than the opportunities, and that is a problem that we as practitioners perhaps need to reflect upon a whole lot more. And now in enters AI. What does it mean for us right now? It means yet again an opportunity for opportunity, rather to explore opportunities. But are we doing enough of that? What I've seen is a lot of us talking about AI is taking our jobs, AI is going to kill journalism, as opposed to, well, what does this mean? How should we be looking at this? Is this an opportunity to navigate how we explore languages in the digital economy? Is this an opportunity to explore how we address media viability, perhaps? Is this a way to redefine the practice of media in our African context? Those are some of the questions we should be asking. But at the same time, we're very aware of the power dynamics. We, all through these times, we are relying on technologies not necessarily produced by us. We are the perpetual consumer of these tools. And yet again, we are consumers of AI tools. But what does that mean in the broader scheme of things? Should we be asking different questions about the media? Should we be asking different questions about the power dynamics of the media, of technology, and of the broader landscape? Where should African media sit in the global ecosystem generally? Where have we sat all along? It is an opportunity to change our position, considering that only a fraction of Africa's continent is connected to the digital society. There's an opportunity there. So we need to be thinking differently. It's only natural that with every new development, we meet it with resistance, with rejection. We've seen that all through the years. But we have enough information at this point in time to change the narrative about how we consider and navigate some of these tools. And I'd like to see more of that type of discussion happening. We're talking AI policies. Europe, the USA's have developed their AI policies that that fit the needs of those contexts. How are we addressing AI policies in our newsrooms? Do they accommodate language? Do they accommodate the different contexts within our countries? Do they accommodate the different social dynamics that exist in the different countries? Uganda is very different from Kenya, for example. So these are some of the opportunities, small maybe, but have big impact on how we navigate um, the media landscape with the acknowledgement of the role that AI plays, an AI that is again shifting very, very quickly. Like Bill Dan mentioned earlier, the AI of 2023 is not the AI of 2025, let alone the AI of 2026. So we need to be a whole lot more progressive, a whole lot more quicker in how we attend to these things, but a whole lot more open in how we perceive AI, not necessarily as the annihilation, right, of journalism, but perhaps as an untapped opportunity for the continent.
So clearly, you yeah, it happens. I think our mics are yet to get into the era of AI and minimize on the kind of disruption that it is. Juliet there makes a very impassioned uh, presentation, but for purposes of context, those just joining us, she's a digital rights advocate and researcher with a background in journalism and communication. Yes, we know we don't introduce our guests, but it's important for folks to have a bit of a sense of who's speaking to them. I'll turn to you, Raymond, not Mujuni, but Raymond Amumpiri, who is a lawyer. And for these conversations, I try as much as possible to carry out experiments on the go. And so, for purposes of easing my role or my duty on the podcast, I chose that I will, for the most part, take use of AI to generate the questions I have to put across to you. Maybe then it will make more succinct sense to me. And so I did ask an AI tool that I'm seated with you, Raymond, who is a lawyer that's, into all this stuff of making sure that we see law and tech, the convergence of law and tech and what that, portends for good journalism. And the AI told me, say, well, you may need to ask Raymond on matters to do with, say, when we as journalists get into the AI world, hook, line, and sinker, don't we risk issues such as copyright infringement, authorship and ownership, plagiarism, data protection, questions abound as who owns what you publish or say having used AI? Is it you who has published, the one who has the byline? Is it the media house on which it has been or the platform on which it has been published or said? Or is it the AI content creator or the author that's quoted without attribution? Let's start from there.
Thank you so much, Simon. And for the issue of attribution, especially looking at the intellectual property that inheres in the content that is generated by media houses, whether it's print media, whether it's television, or even radio stations, because I know majority of us who are in media houses are interacting with these AI tools and using them to make our life easier. As said earlier, AI is developing at a non-linear speed. So everything is happening very, very fast. But we've had these conversations on intellectual property and content, especially the issues of attribution. Personally, I harbor the thought that attribution should be given not to, attribution does not inhere in, say, maybe the big tech companies, such as, OpenAI that presents to us ChatGPT, or Anthropic that gives us Claude, or other platforms, as has been mentioned before. But I believe it does inhere in the person um, who is seated behind, that is actually giving commands to these algorithms to give the output. The AI systems on their own cannot generate a news story. out of the blue. It will have to be someone in the newsroom who will prompt. Say maybe I have these facts I've been covering this campaign, and I have these facts, but I want to write a very nice story in 500 words that will make page 2 tomorrow. How can I bring this out well? How can I do this and how can I do this? So AI as it is only proceeding on the data sets that is used to train it. But those data sets, especially for generative AI, it has the power to take in the instructions that we give it, just like we had fundamental GIGO in for those who did computing, garbage in, garbage out. So the instruction that you give it, it will actually give you something. It will generate a response that is well structured for you. So for purposes of attribution, I believe we can always look to that attribution in hearing in the person that is actually commanding these systems, because they are just tools that we have at our disposal. Before I take leave, the late great Raila Amolo Odinga passed on this year, unfortunately. And there is an artist in Kenya who used a prompt to generate the late Raila Odinga's picture. I think by the ocean with the sunset or something like that. And the IP office, which is the equivalent of our URSB here in Kenya, proceeded to award this person protection for that work. And so there was this discussion around, is it the person who has actually done this? Is it the person who has, is it the systems that have generated it? But Kenya has taken the direction where if I enter the prompt and I generate my thing, I actually have that IP in hearing in me.
Just before I let you on and switch off Shibang, it is just to say, I know for a fact, I have lived for quite some time, but I don't remember, maybe some people in this room could remember, a time when Uganda has two leading dailies. I don't remember a time when both dailies, I think it's been once, I can't remember the exact, where they have an exact same headline, word for word. Yet the journalists from those two publications attend similar events, are possibly seated next to each other, and even for some of them that have a strikingly good relationship, they even share notes. Do you envisage a situation where I am seated in the newsroom, say New Vision, I put in a command, and because I have a good relationship with Raymond, who happens to be at the Daily Monitor, we possibly have a nice way of thinking alike, that we could generate a story that almost comes out word for word, especially if we all have the ambition of having a story on page one, and we've told the algorithm, can you place me this story against these facts to make it to page one? And what would that look like?
Yeah, so I know also for a fact that when everyone logs into their platform, whichever platform you're using, and you feed it the same facts, you might actually attempt to give it the same instructions. So members in our audience can test this out. I doubt that ChatGPT is going to give um, the lady to my left and the gentleman to my right the same answers for the same story on the same facts. How you interact with it differs. So from time to time, the system is actually learning what you're doing. So yes, it uses your input and your prompts to also better its model on the answers it will give you. So it is very unlikely that a person registering for ChatGPT for the very first time and another person will likely have the same answer. We are maybe in different newsrooms. Some people could be in different geographical areas. So all these things are factored into that equation. So word for word, it might not be, but the gist might be the same. And that's why our professors, for those of us who are still in academia, have been querying most of us. They just look at your submissions, and before they even ask the AI checker, they know you've been to AI, because there are certain things that you will see that are usually common or seen in what you get when you actually prompt these models for that.
Interesting. Julie, I wanted to bring into the conversation on three things. The AI systems have at least three capabilities. One, to be generative, which is what they've talked about, that if you give it a prompt, it will generate a response. Number two is the pre-training, that it cannot give you a response that wasn't pre-trained before. So someone must have done the pre-training. And the third is the transformative element, that they transform already existing information. And it's on the transformative that I wanted to rest a little bit. Many newsrooms in Uganda, at least, are struggling financially. And yet, many of the public AI systems take their information, use it for pre training, and also use it in the transformative element. Is there a chance on God's earth that maybe the Monitor, New Vision, NTV, Dembe might one day tell Gemini or ChatGPT and say, please pay us for this particular information?
They should. um, Many newsrooms in the continent are sitting on very, very rich data, historical data, data that is not yet digitalized, but data that should be in the public domain, at least not for people in academia, students, ordinary citizens. Very, very rich sources of data. Some of it has made it into online spaces, some of it hasn't. Some of it is actually literally rotting away in some rooms, which is unfortunate. So there's an opportunity for digitalization. Those who are doing it, fantastic. Should it be made more publicly accessible to the various machine learning tools? Perhaps as a way of maintaining that that piece of historical information, especially from the continent. Because remember, a lot of our story has been told by others, but not by us. Mm? So it serves an opportunity as an opportunity to get our information out, to be learned by these machines. So the information that they're feeding back to us is not information that still has a bit of a colonial twist to it, a bit of a Eurocentric feel to it. Yet we're sitting with the information right here in our closets. So this goes to some of what it was actually a discussion that we had at a previous meeting around ownership of data and intellectual property. There's been a case by Anthropic where they used they scraped data from various sources, including literature, and fed that into their tools. And those are the tools that we're using. Some of it is paid for depending on the tier of platform that you're using. Um, but the case was many of the owners demanded compensation, rightfully so. If this was 20, 30 years ago, they would have been compensated for the use of their work by a different entity. So they challenged them and demanded compensation. A lot of that work included work from the African continent. However, to date, I'm only aware about 3 or 4 um, authors who might, it's not definite that they'll receive compensation, who might receive compensation. And these are authors from Southern Africa. I'm sure there was text from Uganda that was scraped. I have not seen any mention of any Ugandan author getting compensation. Have you seen anything? No. Um, so there are various power dynamics that are playing out in the AI ecosystem, in the intellectual property ecosystem, in the data ecosystem. Should a media house put out its information and demand compensation? That's a very gray area. Typically, you'd go out and pay for that newspaper, right? Even online content, you'd pay for it to access, to go past firewall. Um, so I have no clear answer for that, but I do think that we lose out when some of this information is kept in the closet. In the long run, the information that is generated will be information that is skewed to narratives that may not be beneficial for us, yet we have the actual story.
Maybe to ask, there are some stories that are really very particular. So, for example, and sorry to use this example too, if you go to any AI prompt now and ask it, which NRM politician stole an underpant from Uchumi, that's a very particular story written by someone on this panel for one particular newspaper. There should be some level of particularity for that person to say, this is my content, this is my information. Can you please hand it back to me? Or can I at least share in the proceeds of the money that you're making off this information. So if newsrooms are able to prove particularity in some of those issues, is it possible to hold the big AI companies accountable?
I think in some jurisdictions there's an attempt at doing that. Australia has, you might be able to speak the legalese to it. Australia has challenged big tech, at least not AI necessarily, not AI platforms, but the social media platforms on a model that where the demand compensation for any content that is featured in those on those platforms, they make money out of content of media houses. So rightfully so, media houses have said we want to cut that. And what you're saying speaks to that, but only with AI being the focus. I do think that it would be good. How it plays out, I would have absolutely no idea. Where does Raymond come and start telling Sam Altman, I want my money, you're using my content, which is very valid. It's a very valid argument. They're making money off your content, right? And you're not getting the necessary recognition, right? It is something, but it's something that this is the opportunity for African content creators, African media to step up and demand a cut of what the broader digital ecosystem is benefiting from. So there's an opportunity there. Okay. How it would play out, I can't say specifically, but you're right in saying that I want a claim or two of the proceeds that emerge out of the use of my work.
Yes, it's really an interesting conversation, especially around the aspects of platform accountability, but also compensation. So recently, the AI companies, after a lot of noise was made about the issues of copyright infringement, but also the issues of, I mean, you're just using my information to train your models and so on. They have tailored their models and modified them with an option for any user anywhere in the world to opt out. So you can ask that I would like to opt out of my data being used in the training of your models. Because some people using models upload information that is proprietary. I might have a contract from a client, let's say MTN, and because I'm so pressed for time, I feed this contract into ChatGPT. But that contract has information that could be injurious if it got out. It's information that is protected maybe as a secret for MTN, and they believe that there is that attorney-client privilege. But I'm using this model without knowing that I have to opt out. That goes into the data sets as well. It's now going to be used to train other models somewhere that a rival sitting at the legal department of maybe Airtel will prompt and receive something similar to that. Now, on the issue of um, holding these platforms accountable, uh, I was a complainant together with three other colleagues, Frank, Lenny, and Awino. We happened to drag Google, but this was unrelated. It's a data protection and privacy action to the data regulator against Google that was decided in July this year. But we understand that for us to have AI, we need data and compute. So data privacy is something we cannot divorce from the conversation. We dragged Google, big tech, to the regulator. But the journey was something that taught us a lot about where the global south sits or where it actually stands or where it squats in terms of the power dynamics when it comes to holding these people with so much money and so much influence accountable. Google currently has so many users, it has so much money, and it makes a lot of profit that it can sustain GDPs of certain nations in Africa. Google donates to government programs in certain nations. It supports infrastructure, backbone, and whatever. Then you have laws that say you can hold them accountable, good laws, nonetheless, with mandate holders in the law, such as the Personal Data Protection Office, which did a very good job by taking a stance, although we had to push so hard for it. Such an office that has a budget, when you look at the budgetary vote, of less than 30,000 USD. Having to hold a company that makes 30,000 USD across Africa in seconds becomes, a little bit challenging for them. So you find they are holding them with these gloves, but you have rights that are actually being infringed, whether it's intellectual property rights for the journalist, whether it's personal data, privacy rights for any other person that is a journalist, but also an everyday citizen. Holding these guys accountable is something that we have not done before. It's something that we are learning. It's something that's new, but it's not something that is as clear cut as it is in the laws. I'm happy Australia is doing this, but I'm waiting for the day when Uganda can actually take a stand and say, New Vision Daily Monitor, we do not want you to actually train our models on this much information. Or someone drags them to court, for this much and gets something favorable. The other thing, before I take leave of that, is apart from institutional capacity being limited, you also have knowledge caps. So you will drag OpenAI to the High Court in Kampala, here, commercial division or civil division, whichever you choose. But the bench before which you're going to has no idea what AI is. They, sorry for this. They have no idea what AI is. They do not know how to use AI. Some of them have never sat in a cyber law class. Not that you need to sit in cyber law to understand what cyber law is. They do not know how to articulate and preside over some of these matters. So your case will be dead on arrival, for lack of a better word. Or if you actually get a win, it will be a flimsy win, not the win that you actually wanted from that.
Pretty much. I think you make very interesting conversations, but now let's make it a conversation that now speaks to the realism that we know. Raymond and I, in our starting time in the electronic media, we were young, handsome, bouncing men as news anchors. And we have seen in some industries where it's all about looks and how you sound, and AI being able to create these individuals. We've seen incredibly successful musicians with great hits, good bodies, incredible dance moves, but they are not human. They are AI created. And so we fear that maybe newsrooms such as NTV, having looked around the scope of individuals, they just put an AI tool and they create a super gorgeous news anchor with all the features every news viewer would want to see. And they create a super non existent human in real sense with flesh and blood, but they show up on our screens every 9 p.m. to read the news and captivate the whole country. They sound good, they look good. That's where many people are worried that in some of our jobs going to be taken by these now we used to call them holograms. Now they appear as human beings, as human as it can be. And I'll put that to you, Julie, before maybe the lawyer comes in. Doesn't that, from your advocacy and research, pose a real existential threat to human interaction? Doesn't it portend a huge worry for news anchors in this room who are looking at creating a future to be on our silver screens until they become gray themselves, like Wolf Blitzer and Christiana Mambo?
I wonder how many people know Wolf Blitz and Haman Poromio. But anyway, they're very good media folk. This is a very interesting question, right? Because now it brings to reality the gaps, the Gen X versus Gen Gen Z, Gen Beta coming along, because all of them are consuming or have consumed media in different ways. The older generation is there were Wolf Blitzer, Larry King. That's whom they knew. Um, we got another generation that understood media in a completely different way, media personalities in a completely different way. What's common between these two groups was that these were human beings. You saw them at a particular time, you watched them on a TV screen, not so much on your phone. That is where the next generation came. And they were watching news on their phones, play on demand. Not so much at 7 o'clock, you're going to be there. You miss the 7 o'clock news, get it at another time. Versus a generation that is watching content produced, maybe not by journalists in the traditional sense, but by somebody who knows how to tell a story. Fast forward to a generation that is now possibly inkling towards AI generated images, AI voice. But at the same time, what's happening there is people are realizing this is not a human. I have so much tech going on around me. I appreciate the holograms and the AI voice, but I still want a human being. So that is the current tension at the moment. When you go to some of those news or content that is fully AI generated, when you read through the comments, you'll see many people being put off by the AI voice, by the non human presentation that is featured there. So that's the dynamic that we're beginning to see. But I think the younger generation will be more acclimatized to the AI voice than those of a different era. Another thing that is coming up is even here for some media houses, when they do their voiceovers, and in our Ugandan accent, there is a tweaking that some of these systems are doing into a slight AI voice. So it's a what's the word? Yes, it's homogeneous in narration. So platforms do that to make their content seem appear more accessible. But it puts some of us off because we're like, but I know you and you don't speak like that. What's going on here? So in the back end, there's some features that you can enable and disable to maintain your actual voice. I don't know if that was being tested out or if it has become a standard feature, but for some time, there's a bit of tweaking being done. Raymond would go out, do his story, upload it, but uh, it doesn't come out quite as Raymond. Um, so there was a resistance that's to such type of stories where the AI voice was coming in to make Raymond more accessible to an American audience, for example. But Raymond wasn't creating content for an American audience; he was creating content for us here in Uganda. So we were getting put off, and the Americans are not watching it. So those are some of the dynamics that are coming through. But yeah, I just think that as tech evolves, but also as those technologies become more refined, more human like, and the AI voice gets lost and becomes very, very human, it picks up our intonations. We might not even notice some of these things. And
Before he comes in, I have been lucky to live through generations of change. I remember the production that would go out from Radio Uganda to cover a live church service. On the team was a technician like my father who had to make sure he has to keep the line going with Uganda Posts and Telecommunications. There was the guy rolling the cables. There was the guy fixing the microphones. There was the guy doing this. And then by the time he gets down, the actual reporter, Charles Cameron Gisha, there were about 16 people. Right now, for you to cover a live church event, you just need to go yourself and your mobile phone. So it means 15 other jobs have been lost. For a production such as this, there would be a camera person holding the camera, then there's the sound guy, then there's the other one holding the deck that has a pneumatic tape. Those are four people around just getting an image of one person. Now, today, those four people have no jobs. So, in other words, if my father lived, he would possibly not have a job at Radio Uganda because his skill has been taken over by the advancement of technology and everything has become smaller, from even the microphones to the Nagra players to everything. At the time all this was changing, I mean, we embraced it as technology. Oh, there was even the part where, by the time I started reading news, we were revolutionary in the sense that our backgrounds were now chroma keys. It was a green screen, and you're advised as a news anchor, please don't wear green because when you wear green, your body will disappear into the background. But there were people whose job was to create the background, backdrop. Now, those lost their jobs because the rest was character generated by the computer. Again, I have seen jobs lost. I'm worried now that the same is going to happen. We may optimize voices and want a human touch, but like you said, the Gen Zs don't want to know. They want to go with what's trending. And for me, that's the worry that I would want us to speak to, and possibly even advocate against that. Advance as you may, but don't remove the human element.
Maybe before Julie comes in, powerful life example. I particularly go to the monitor to read the columns there. I realized I have very little time to read the columns. So I've been getting the columns and putting them into the Listen AI and asking it, please give me a Morgan Freeman voice, give me this voice. And it's nearly very accurate. It's nearly very accurate. So I think 4 days ago, I asked the Listen AI, can you do this in Kadu Balunaba's voice? And it asked who that was. I specifically went to CBS, downloaded some things, and fed it into the AI. You'll be impressed at how good it gets with his voice narrating a Daily Monitor column. Now, I don't know if that's unethical, but I know that it serves my needs. I've paid my subscription at the Monitor, so I'm not stealing the content. It's just the way I want the content delivered. So maybe also speak to the ethics of it.
Did you pay or request permission from Kadu for the use of the
Unfortunately, not. And I
no
hope he
matter where.
doesn't find out.
Someone's right here using your information. Yeah, so there are all these concerns, but I think in that case, you'll notice that you had to go in to make the request for that specific voice, right? And you had a place to go access that voice, but it was meeting your very, very specific needs. But what we're seeing in the broader landscape is tools that are just that word again.
Homogeneous.
Yeah, making voices homogeneous.
Yes.
Hey. And to the detriment of consumers here in the continent. Um, as society evolves, jobs evolve. Some of the things I was doing when I first started out in journalism, I'm no longer doing. But we were taught that in campus. So it goes back to what is being taught in schools. Are they in tandem with the now era that we're living in? So you're not teaching students, kids, skills that they're obviously not going to use. Mm? Are we teaching ethics in digital? Are we teaching data privacy practices? Are we teaching how to navigate some of the online harms as part of the media curricula? So this discussion is part of a broader ecosystem. Mm? So we shouldn't be teaching skills that we know, like I was pointed out, dead on arrival. Mm? Have we adapted or are we adapting, making sure that students are future ready per se? So that's one area that I am very concerned about because in some instances, like I pointed out, you'll go take a case to court and the judges themselves are very out of touch with the reality of the digital society. And to some effect, some of the academics are very much in that ball, resisting the use of AI as opposed to saying, okay, there's something here. How do we make the most of it? How do we navigate this to put out a student who is ready for the world, ready for the ecosystem that they're going to find out there?
So just a warning to my namesake. You admitted to a potential to liability under a potential suit, but hopefully Chatham House will protect him this time. Yeah, all that. So personally, I think one, it's a reality of life. The future of work is changing. How we approach work, how we do work, but also how we live is changing. So the lived experiences of a journalist today are different from the lived experiences of a journalist 30 years ago on Radio Uganda. I was not so fortunate to listen to Radio Uganda. I'm from these other generations that the old man usually asks what we are doing. But I do think and I do believe that it would be a Luddite conversation for us to say that AI is going to, technology is shifting, how it's affecting the newsroom is shifting. Therefore, jobs are missing and we should be wary. I just have a simple call to whoever, sits in the C-suite at different media houses. If you can provide institutional support to your staff, it would be very great. So that at least they have the digital literacy to interact with some of these tools and make their news and storytelling better. But then also, as Raymond was asking previously, there is a lot of contempt. There is low appetite for AI generated content right now on the internet. Be it a YouTube ad for Tai Chi, that appears on every video that is AI generated, or even big brand companies, like Pepsi, McDonald's, using AI for marketing and phasing out their marketing departments. They have faced a lot of backlash and they have had to remove and pull back some of the ads that they used AI to generate. So the appetite is really not there. It's still low. Humans want to interact with humans, although machines make our lives easier. They don't want to listen to a machine. But as we go on, as technology progresses and improves, we'll hardly tell if it's a human or a machine. It's going to get to that point where it's really too good. We can't tell and we'll just consume it anyway.
So, Raymond, in our bid to ensure that we manage time and keep it within the context of Grab a Coffee, we may have to introduce in the element of at least one person from the audience who, according to the program, should give us some kind of audience perspective. And this is no less than Herbert Benonoluka, who is an award-winning journalist and has edited for different platforms, has also seemed to have transcended the era of where the most advanced tool of enabling journalism was a Google search, and now he's faced with an AI generation ability to write a story flawlessly that makes his job as an editor almost non-existent. So maybe Herbert, from having listened to these conversations from an activist who is into journalism but has seen the advent of AI taking its root, and then a legal brain, of course, who is playing from his own generation. I mean, he just admitted he's never had uh, anything called Radio Uganda. So if you tell him that there was once a presenter who would come in every Sunday and say, all Ugandans from A to Z, Barigani, to you, that is as good as Spanish. Now, you may need to just bridge for us the gap and share with us what are some, from where you sit, some of the existential threats, if at all, or if there are any great opportunities that journalism can pick from the advent of AI. Herbert Benon, I think it's also important that you stand for purposes of getting onto our platform in terms of video. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Simon and Raymond and the panelists. My role is really to represent, in a sense, the journalism community in sharing what is happening in the newsrooms. And by coincidence, so maybe for introductory purposes, I work with the Global Investigative Journalism Network as the Africa editor. And many times I interact with small newsrooms that are trying to maximize the output of a very small teams. And because of that, they have had to adopt AI faster than most others. I think legacy media has a bit of a fear to adopt some of the things as fast as possible. But the smaller newsrooms, especially the investigative journalism newsrooms, are trying to do a lot more of this. And by by coincidence, yesterday, GIJN's Africa newsletter has a series of story items on AI for African newsrooms. So there are lots of resources in that story item, resources from, if I can just pick that up, from the Pulitzer Center. They have an AI Spotlight series from the 2025 Journalism AI Festival. We curated all these resources, which happened in November, early November, and Google's AI tools for journalists, and then AFP's online course on how to verify AI-generated content. There's all this covered in our newsletter. If you think Google GIGN Africa newsletter, you'll be able to find that. Now, very quickly, I think a lot of the conversations you've had here are a bit abstract. you're talking about AI without actually focusing on, what does it do or what can it do. And I think that is where I want to come from, about what journalists can use AI for, or what I have uh, personally used it for, what some newsrooms have used it for, and how it can help. So um, there's this fear that AI, and I think it was mentioned here that AI is going to take a lot of jobs. But I think AI, we should look at it more as a tool for to enhance the work that we do. It's a complementary tool to those that are already in use. I mean, we use, when we interact with data, for instance, we try to interrogate this data to help us do our reporting better. We are trying to find trends. We are trying to find information that will help us make sense of certain things, contextualize certain things. And that is where we should be also looking at, how do we use AI to enhance our work. We should be looking at it as a tool that we can use we can interrogate it to help us bring out the information that we're able to use. So if we want to do background research, it can help you refine some of the research that you do. I was recently, working with a team to do stories on Uganda and the Great Lakes, the conflicts that are happening. And one of the things I tried to do, because I had got my own list of sources, and then I fed into AI, prompt that, these are the sources I have. Who else or which other sources which other sources have a better understanding of this subject? And I was amazed, just to find, sources with a better understanding of certain issues that we wanted to ask people about, and to check some documents about. And I was able to get that information. I even the contacts that I eventually got of those sources, I got them through prompting AI. So if I had just depended on human sourcing for this kind of information, I would not have been able to do that. But with the help of AI, I was able to do that. So doing background research, refining sources, improving our headlines, because again, AI will, depend on certain algorithms to tell you which words would be better captured by, if you do, if you want to get words that are better captured when people are doing, search engine optimization, you should be able to use AI to capture that. Then editorial workflows, many times we still use, many of us, our old methods of, handling things editorially, but with the help of AI, you can still optimize your workflow and become a bit more efficient. And then audience engagement. I think this is the one where we have used AI longest, because most websites have, um, the comment sections. Editors can't look through all those comments, but you can feed onto your website certain keywords and say, if this is captured in a comment, you can automate the deletion of that. So audience engagement can also be done with the help of AI. Then it can also help you to do manual work. Journalists and newsrooms, you can do manual work. In the past, Idris Chigund over there, and I would do interviews of maybe 1 hour, 2 hours, and then sit down overnight to transcribe that interview. Today I can feed that recording onto a tool. It is able to do the transcription within an hour or less, and then all I have to do is edit that, listen all over again, just to make sure that every word, every name is captured accurately. We still have journalists doing transcribing interviews overnight, or transcribing interviews, or spending 2-3 hours to transcribe interviews, which is a waste of time in this era where you have AI to help you. So we can do transcribe of interviews. We can brainstorm ideas and be able to refine them. We can do editing to an extent to help us also do that. Data visualization. We can do collaboration within newsrooms, between newsrooms and or journalists and experts, between journalists in different countries. All those are different ways we can use it. There is, for instance, a tool called Google Pinpoint. I don't know how many people have used Google Pinpoint. If I just check, anybody has used Google Pinpoint? No way. Are you guys serious? Sorry? All right. Check right now. Check for Google Pinpoint and see the kind of resources that are available through Google Pinpoint that can help you do your help you improve how you do your journalism. There are tools for visualization. There are tools for transcription. There are tools for a lot of things which you can use Google Pinpoint for. And there are several others. Usually when I do either speak or do trainings, I share lots of open source investigation tools. These whole sets of authors that can now help you do so much of the work that one, it may not be possible to do with just using the ordinary tools we use. Two, it is taking us to a different level to do the kind of interrogation of data, of available facts, to do the kind of fact checking which has not been available to us or to some of our newsrooms. And those
So
are
in other
things.
words, sorry to interject at this point, because we're
Yeah.
still within the like we're still within the production window of Grab a Coffee, and we brought you in, not just audience perspective, but as a practitioner, because many have always argued there's nothing for us as Benon. And so the summation of what you have taken us through is that AI is here. AI is useful. AI is an enabler. On the contrary to what many have thought, it isn't the threat to good journalism as we have thought. And so, what we're going to do, Raymond and I, we're going to conclude with Grab a Coffee production and then pass it on now when we close out for purposes of good production, because we're looking at AI in the situation of production. Then we'll leave you to, make your presentation and conclude, and then take one or two questions from the audience. So I want to believe that they should be in position to greatly interact with you before we go in for our tea break. So I'll turn it back to my partner in crime, Raymond. Would you need to take us through a two-detailed a conclusion in as far as this conversation is concerned?
Thank you, Simon. I think we've had a chance to touch a bit of everything. We had very little time, but we've spoken about the opportunities, the platforms, the content. We've spoken about copyright plagiarism. We had a chance to speak about the ethics too. We haven't had a chance to touch very much on how the accurate use of AI and the ethics within the newsroom. But I think we'll have that conversation much later. But first of all, I want to say thank you to you. You guys can clap so that they hear it in the podcast. Thank you so much for being on the podcast with us. This has been very informative for us. And we hope that when some of our listeners reach out to you privately, that you can answer them. But also maybe to ask where else are these conversations happening with you practitioners as your parting shots so that people can find you where those conversations are happening.
Uh, Thank you and congratulations on the podcast. This type of work makes me very excited to see more African content coming into online spaces, content that can be used as a point of reference, including for the various AI tools that we have emerging. As CIPESA, this year our State of Internet Freedom in Africa report focused on AI and digital democracy. I'd encourage us all to have a look into it. AI is it's playing a role everywhere, including in democratic processes through to the newsroom. So that is something that we need to be very, very aware of, the interactions that are happening unseen and those that are rather blatant. Personally, I think we need to be aware of the power dynamics that exist with AI in the AI ecosystem, including in the continent. How are we engaging with it? Are we proactive in looking out for some of these tools as practitioners? How are we using these tools for fact checking, for just trying to make sense of the digital society as well? I think the onus is on us to step out and explore as opposed to waiting to be told what to do. That's the only way, or at least that's one of the ways in which we can better interrogate and have a stronger say in the digital society as individuals and as media practitioners. Thank you.
Thanks for having us on Grab a Coffee. And I'm from the generation that does this. So congratulations on a very successful podcast. As I part, Juliet has already talked about the state of internet freedom in Africa report by CPESA. It's an important resource, and I would urge everyone else to look at it. UCC recently gave us its 2024 report, I think last week. So we have interesting facts in there that we can also look at. I just have a call to action or two. One, as journalists in our collective groups, wherever we have collective action, if we can push for policy reform, because Uganda has not made that much of a headway in terms of policy formulation. And we understand that everything flows from research, but it's also usually enabled by what our policies look like. Are these policies going to put help us as journalists use AI better and make more of AI? The other thing, we have a moral duty to remain optimistic. Uh, let's push to find out more on how we can use these tools, not to just remain in the dark and say, oh, we are being threatened by AI. It's going to take our jobs, going to take our jobs. Let's listen to perspectives that encourage us to actually live with this technology, because it's not going anywhere. In fact, some of the big tech companies that bring these platforms are acquiring media houses in the United States for so much of billion shillings. So it shows that there is a very huge confluence between AI and that. Lastly, we are in the election window. Vote for people that are going to discuss policies on AI that promote journalism and make sure journalism survives. Don't vote people that are, okay, let me not make a call for that. But please ask that person coming for the vote, what do they know about AI? They are going to parliament to legislate. How much information do they have? What is their ambition for journalism and its interaction with emerging technologies like AI? Yeah, thank you.
Maybe you should have taken it from the angle of those of you who are AI and tech savvy should have offered yourself for election as opposed to the kind of people that we have in the playing ground. I mean, you use your same analogy, GIGO. Exactly. So, and yes, that indeed brings us to a close of our Grab a Coffee podcast edition, special edition in collaboration with the African Center for Media Excellence and the Media Focus on Africa, having a conversation within the precincts of the Uganda Media Week 2021. From wherever it is that you grab your podcast, it's always a pleasure to have you listening in to Grab Coffee. For now, it's a wrap. And as they do so, I will be following you right at the tail because now is a moment for us to hear the rest of the presentation of Mr. Herbert Benonoluka, who then will conclude it for us. And I want to believe that, Herbert, you'll be kind enough to allow one or two questions so that at least by the top of the hour, we are concluded with your presentation and the questions, and we can allow these incredible people to go for a tea break and then return for the rest of the programming. Thank you.
Just a moment. How you have, I mean, they have raised a lot of issues, and then you're leaving me to address all the questions. So why don't you let them sit and wait for some of those questions? And you know, I mean, I think two more things to really raise. So after that, then we can have the questions. How is that? Yes. No, I was just, I think in conclusion, I'll talk about how we can use AI for different things within our newsrooms. And I think as journalists, we should be looking at, asking ourselves, where can I fit in these different ways that we can use AI? I mean, we've talked about research, production. Uh, you can use it for production. You can use it for story packaging. You can use it for distribution and story promotion. There's a small newsroom in Zimbabwe called Site, which produced an AI-powered news reader called Alice. And like I said, some newsrooms are too small. They can't have somebody stationed just to do the news. And I think they do like short snippets of their news packages. And so they had this AI-powered newsreader. And like Simon said, some of the tools have allowed people to produce, uh, say, so this newsreader is like it feels real, and we were listening to a presentation by the founder, and he was saying one of the challenges they are having to deal with is to they are receiving so many messages from men who are writing and they want to take Alice out on a date because Alice seems so real that many think it's actually a person. So um, so the tools are actually so efficient that they can do something of that kind, and it's up to you to position yourself on how to make the most of these tools. And also, I think in the panel mentioned that many of the tools are, we are consumers of a lot of tools for journalism from around the world. But the reality is that our own journalism practice has given us so many experiences, so many lessons that we can also share with the world. We cannot just be recipients of either journalism tools, resources, and everything. You have uh, countries like the US and whatever right now dealing with the authoritarian leaders in the mode that they have never dealt with before, but we deal with them on a daily basis. And we have learned how to fly without patching such that they don't shoot us down. So what lessons do we have for uh, newsrooms out there that we can share that they can also pick from us and say, if somebody is engaging at this level, this is how you counter them and make sure that you continue to do your work without having them shut you down, as is threatening to be happening in some of those places. Um, and then we have our archives. You mentioned about the archives that we can also share with the world. There's so much, again, of information that we have, which is not documented. And there are actually tools. I think there's a tool called Archive. I just need to get it right, which you can feed in information, and they're able to help you to package this old information into something that people can use even in this age. So you also need to look out for such. Um, then the big question, will AI lead to job losses? Yes. Will it lead to losses of all jobs? No. On the contrary, it's going to lead to an emergence of new job opportunities and new skills. There will be skills that are needed in the newsroom today and tomorrow, which were not needed in the newsroom. Maybe we did not see a need for them, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. We are going big on open source investigations, which was something we never used to do. We are doing a lot of crowdsourcing of information, which we have not been doing. I think the BBC has showed us what is possible. They have, if you remember the 3 killings in Kampala, where they just crowdsourced videos, spent a lot of time putting them together, and were able to document, who shot who during the riots that happened in 2021. And they did the same in Kenya during the protests that happened in the march to parliament. So there are new tools that are available. And if I was, if I was a field reporter right now, I would be asking myself, how can I become a specialist in using some of these tools such that my newsroom can begin to benefit from my knowledge of this area? You could aim to become an OSINT reporter, aim to become an OSINT editor going forward. And the tools are available. Many of them are free. And if you don't make the most of them, it is you who loses. You'll feel like these tools, this technology has taken away jobs, but it's because you have not explored to see what opportunities are these resources bringing, these tools, what opportunities are they bringing. So I think we should be thinking more about that, that change is happening. It is inevitable. Change always has to happen. And you ask yourself, how can I adapt to the changes so that I continue doing my journalism and perhaps improve my capacity to do my journalism better than I used to do before. So let's think about improving our skills, moving to new, taking advantage of those that are coming through. And I think many of us will be in a good place. Perhaps not all of us, because learning is a function of personal initiative. But many of us will be in a good place. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. And while I was trying to protect Raymond and I and our panelists from taking the bulletin as far as a question or two around AI, you are quick and very firm on your feet to say no, stay and take on new music. So if there is anyone with a song or two that you may want us to attend to, I see 2 hands at the back. We move the microphone to that table at the back where 2 hands came up almost simultaneously, and we'll take those 2 questions. We're mindful of the fact that it's 3 minutes to the top of the hour and we are closing in hard stop for our coffee break exactly 11 o'clock. It's unfair to have had grab a coffee and many of you are yawning because you haven't grabbed your coffee literally. Even for Maureen who just walked in 10 minutes ago. So we need to do this quick. At the back, please. Oh, sorry. How about you? I don't think the microphone, but yeah. Sorry
Thank
at the
you.
back, but Idris has done an AI thing on you and him
Thank,
and Herbert are partners in crime in one way or another, so they know how to syndicate.
thank you very much, Simon and Raymond and the panelists, and Ben, on my former colleague at the Observer, where I met him about 20 years ago. Yes, so we are dinosaurs in a way. There's one thing I think, Raymond, the lawyer, I want you to, I know we are still at the very basic level of AI, the chatbot. I think what many of us are still, we still interact with AI at a very basic level, the chatbots, the chat GPTs, the Groks, very basic level. What do you think will happen to journalism when we reach AGI, artificial general intelligence? Because that's what, I mean, when you look at all these companies that are trying to develop these AI tools, they say that within 4 or 5 years we shall reach AGI. What do you think, as someone who has done a lot of research in AI. What do you think will be the situation for the media when we reach AGI, artificial generative intelligence, when AGI tools will have human capacity level thinking and common sense? Many people say it's about 3, 4, 5 years away. I mean, what do you think will happen? Then just a small comment. One, I think Benon has raised very important issues about how we can use AI to enhance our work instead of looking it largely as a threat. But also, I want to point out that I think some forms of journalism are going to die. No, let's not deceive ourselves. And I see this kind of consolation is in people in print. I was in print for about 15 years. If we don't pull up our socks, if we don't find ways of what, we may not have a newspaper in 5 years. I mean, the consumer habits, customer habits are already shifting. That's clear. Yesterday, I think Dr. Emily asked us, how many here have a copy? Here, we're in a workshop of fairly enlightened people. How many people? But you couldn't trace anyone with a hard copy. But journalism will never, I don't think journalism will die, but some forms of it will die. Even television may die. Yes.
And other forms will emerge.
Television, I know so many people here who say they don't watch the linear TV. They are here. If you ask them, we can put massive
Idris, I will
investments.
guide that
Yes.
we keep it in terms of a question of brief comment.
Yeah.
Now you are beginning to.
It was a comment.
Uh,
Sorry. Sorry. Thanks. Thanks. So that was just my take, because since this is a media dialogue, I also don't want us to deceive ourselves that maybe when a newspaper or something collapses, Uganda is going to stop, all the world. It's technology is always has those habits. So we just have to find ways of adjusting and surviving. Thanks.
let's be fair to the guys at the back who put their two hands up first and give them the microphone. At the very back, that
Okay.
one hand that is still there, then you pass on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I am called Bill Dan. So my question goes direct to Benon. You talked about synthetic media. You gave an example of a media house in Zimbabwe that is using an avatar. So we have many people now using synthetic media, synthetic content, generating synthetic content and publishing it. Now the academia is having a conversation of a shared byline that Buildan and ChatGPT has produced this publication. So in our field of journalism, what ideally should it look like? Raymond talked about our audience. Our audience is not appreciative to AI-generated content. So how are we going to do it to ethically, in a bid to produce ethical work? How are we going to navigate that? Should we also think about having shared bylines? That's said and done. I have a comment about people who say we are going to lose our jobs, print is going to die out, TV is going to die out. The fact of the matter is that the world is going to need more authentic information gatekeepers. Therefore, these jobs in print, the jobs in broadcast are not going to die out. For right now, wait for the 7 p.m. news, confirm what is happening. And I think with AI, we are going to need more authoritative, more skilled journalists who will fact check, who will scan these deepfakes. So if you're worried that you're going to lose your profession, you are going to lose it if you are not using these AI tools. Yeah, I thought to throw that comment. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Grab a Coffee Podcast. My name is Bishop. My first question goes to Mr. Simon. If AI can now generate news stories faster than human reporters, what safeguards should be put in place to ensure accuracy, accountability, and the preservation of journalistic integrity, especially when the speed and scale threaten to overshadow truth? The other one is legal. That's the last one. As AI systems increasingly generate content and make decisions, who should bear legal liability when those outputs cause harm, and how should the existing laws adapt to assign responsibility? I thank you so much.
Think, Bishop, to be very fair to the rest of the people in the room, your questions were answered in the submissions earlier, even particularly the question you asked to me. I remember a part in our conversation where we said, uh, when, as a journalist, you put prompts into an AI tool, that you've been out in the field, these are the facts you have picked up. You're using it to generate for your script faster than you would have if you were just writing on a piece of paper or a notebook, then transcribing it onto a computer before you can put in the necessary edits. So yours is make sure it generates you text very quickly in terms of speed, but then the accuracy that fits within the tenets of basic journalism, which is truth, um, accuracy, and all the others, you bring in one element to it. And I think the legalese, he also talked about it deeply. But that's a conversation that doesn't end here for the purposes of our engagement and fidelity to our program. Let's close it here. Go grab a coach, literally. And while there, Bishop, I can guarantee to you that I will deliver to any of these people, including myself, to have a one-on-one response to your question. How about that? Thank you very much. So let's take a short break. We do, as we did yesterday, return here in 20 minutes so that we can end today's program today. Thank you very much. who already have grabbed their coffee but are hesitating to come into the room, we can have a working grab a coffee, literally. So we invite all of those to come back inside. Now we're going into another session, which is really about the launch of the state of Uganda's media landscape from 2024 to this year. And we're looking at, of course, the digital news, the elections, and everything in between. Having started the day with a conversation around AI, we're going to take it a little backwards and look at the disruption of the digital media and how that in its own right had also almost fomented the death of journalism as we knew it. So we're happy to have distinguished presenters, and one of those going to take us through for a brief presentation is none other than Dr. Gerard Waruria, who's a senior lecturer at Makerere University. He's a researcher, but also many of you who may not know, the Gen Zs especially, is that Gerard also did have a long stint as a news reporter at the Daily Monitor. I can bet that perhaps more than half of his articles cannot be found online because by the time we were writing those articles, Monitor did not have a digital repository where you could go and find them. Maybe some of them have been digitized by allafrica.com, which require you to pay a subscription to access. So in as much as he's talking about the media landscape and the digital upfront, he may need to speak into the lack of digitization of some of our hard stories that were written on paperback or newsprint, as we called it, but have never seen the light of day. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Dr. Gerard Waruya. So,
Thank you, Simon. You can as well call me Mr. because it's a right I earned at birth. The doctor issue came on much later. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to thank you for being here to listen to us and to have a conversation about some of these issues. Uh, our study, as Simon mentioned, I am a researcher, and part of my research that I have done is this study that we have done with Africa Center for Media Excellency. In this study, we have worked with Dr. Ivan Lukanda, who is also here with us. We have also engaged with many of you who are also in this room on the state of Uganda's online news media at the peak of an election season. Next slide. So the objective of this study was to find out some of the grounded insights into this subsector that has grown exponentially in the last 10 years, yet little is known about it. So our aim was to try and document the actors in this subsector, and then how it is regulated, the ownership structure or nature of ownership of this sector, uh, professionalism within this sector, uh, commercial viability of this sector, and how these factors shape the coverage of important public affairs issues, including elections in this current season. So the report provides some empirical insights into this sector. We define digital platforms as websites or applications designed to deliver professional news and information to the public via the internet. So in this case, uh, websites or social media pages of bloggers were not considered as part of the online news platforms that we studied. So this work builds on ACME's 2023 State of the Media report and picks on the aspect of digital media to try and shed more light about this subsector. We interrogated specifically 11 key issues, which include, as I mentioned, next slide, the categories of digital platforms. We found that these platforms belong to different categories, as we shall see later. Why people prefer to start digital platforms or digital news platforms, the focus of platforms, nature of ownership, the type of technology driving the platforms, uh, the level of staffing, regulation of online news platforms, and how platforms deal with misinformation and disinformation. Uh, we also looked at professionalism within the online news platforms, as well as doing a census of online news platforms. Next slide. So the information that we are currently sharing from this study was generated through interviews of 36 actors who mainly include platform owners, who also mostly doubled as journalists or editors of these platforms. We also had two people from the regulation arm, that is UCC, and two IT specialists who gave us information on the technologies driving these platforms. We also did a document analysis to evaluate information available about this sector in terms of laws, regulations, and other contextual information about the sector. We were also observing different practices of these platforms. Specifically, we were intentional in looking at how online news platforms produce news content, specifically on WhatsApp groups and social media platforms such as Facebook, X, and so on. Many of you who are on different WhatsApp groups, you will notice that every day someone shares a story coming from a certain online news platform. So we were using that also as a method of collecting data. We also used a snowball means of sampling, where we interacted with some platform owners who referred us to other platform owners, so that we can reach them and also look at their platforms. Other platforms were obtained from a list of UCC that was published in 2023, but also another list had been compiled over time by ACME. So in terms of what we found, we noted that uh, platforms belong to 5 major categories, and these include platforms founded by journalists. These are either practicing journalists or journalists who have since exited journalism or mainstream journalism. Maybe to put it better, they are journalists who used to work for mainstream media but have since ceased working there and have started their own platform there. But there are also journalists who continue to work with mainstream media, but they also have these as their side businesses. So those were those constituted a significant number of platforms. There are also platforms started by students, especially those who are studying journalism in different universities. They tended to start platforms as a means of exit or transition into the working world. And some of their news tended to be dominated by issues related to campus life and student life and things. So they started with that kind of news. This includes platforms such as Pearl Times, Farm Media, even Chimp Reports was started when the owners were still students. We also have platforms which are regional focused. For example, Teso News, as the title suggests, you imagine that they are covering issues about around Teso, Teso News Network, Daily West Nile, and platforms of that nature, which are regional based. There are platforms which are issue focused. They are beat focused. For instance, CEO Magazine, which focuses a lot on business. You find platforms like Kawowo Sports. There are other uh, platforms like Karatunga, which focuses a lot on tourism. Infonile, which focuses on environment and things like that. Uh, lastly, with the other platforms are platforms which are an extension of the mainstream media. For example, New Vision Online or Monitor Online. So these function as an extension of the mainstream media. Next slide. In terms of distribution, uh, first of all, we found that the number of platforms available as far as our research was concerned is almost similar to the number of radio stations we have. But we also noted that platforms are dying, but also being born on a regular basis. That even as we speak now, probably 10 or 20 platforms started yesterday and others ceased operating. So there is a high birth and mortality, high birth and death rate among these platforms. But we saw that the idea is that there are about 300 platforms that we are able to document. Majority of these platforms operate within Kampala metropolitan area, up to 141. That is Kampala, Wakiso, and Mukono. Uh, Other districts which seem to have a significant number of platforms include Oima with 7, Lira with 6, Gulu with 5, and as well as Mbarala. Next slide. When we asked platform owners why they started these platforms, a lot of responses revolved around making money. So the profit motive was very overriding among the reasons for starting operation for these platforms, even when we found that very few platforms were actually making the money that they wanted to make, but they were still hopeful that one day they will probably make the money. Uh, Others started platforms as a result of editorial disagreements, where you bring a story and the editor doesn't like it, or the platform owner, the radio station owner, says, I don't run stories which are critical of government. So then someone thinks and says, maybe I can start my own space where I post what you can't use. But other journalists, especially those who were working with mainstream media, said they started platforms so that they can use content that can't be used due to space and time constraints within their media. That a journalist would tell you that I collected a footage of 30 minutes, but they are only able to take 30 seconds. So I can use the rest on my platform. Uh, the other reason was that some people were passionate about journalism, but they cannot find work within the mainstream media. So they decided to become their own bosses. There are platforms which start as emergency measures. As I told you earlier, that the death rate is very high, and some of the causes of this high death rate include maybe if URA tells you you owe us this much, the people decide to close a platform and start a new one. So, to mitigate some of these challenges, they decide to have multiple platforms so that if you clamp down on one, they can remain with the others. I'm told in the early years of this government, parents used to have that kind of approach also, that some children might die, so I need to give birth to many. So many platform owners also have that kind of attitude sometimes. Uh, uh, so the other reason for starting platforms related to uh, finding an exit or transitioning, uh, this one is say, to stay relevant after leaving the mainstream media. People working in the mainstream media for so many years, when they are asked to leave, there are many people who always want to be engaging with the public, or they are used to engaging with the public. So they wanted to open up some platforms where they can stay relevant and stay being heard, uh, so that they can continue interacting with their followers. This was particularly common with people who worked in the electronic media, for instance, TV. If you are a known TV program host and you lose a job, or you decide to move on, they tended to like to start their own platforms where they can be followed. Some choose to start blogs, but some start real news platforms. Next slide. Uh, in terms of focus, as I have already hinted, most platforms start with what appears to be a clear focus. For instance, someone starts a platform and says, this platform is focused on education. But along the way, most platforms become generalists. They focus on multiple issues after noting that maybe uh, the the singular approach to issues might not make them money. So they open up and accept to cover other issues as well. Uh, there are, as I said, platforms that are exclusively focused on specific bits. For instance, Rugendo's research finds, which focuses on academic research, Kawowo Sports focusing on sports, and platforms like that. Uh, we found that platforms have a tendency to redefine what we traditionally call the news values, that now uh, they are able to publish information that on the surface might not appear newsworthy, but which is attractive to potential readers or potential audiences. For instance, job adverts have now become stories, uh, tenders and scholarships and grants. And platform owners told us that some of these stories are very attractive to the audience because of the potential benefits. You will find a story like Makerere opens up 1,000 scholarships to students from uh, struggling families, or whatever the case might be. So, uh, because they are looking for people who are going to read these stories, they are targeting people who might need this information for practical reasons. There is also a tendency among platforms to duplicate international stories on their digital platforms. You find, for instance, uh, a story from BBC, for example. This is especially common when it comes to sports and entertainment stories. You find a BBC sports story on what's this platform for NBS? Nile Post. And the story is running the same way it is on BBC in most cases without even any attribution. So that was very common. There was also a tendency that even people who owned multiple platforms uh, didn't necessarily produce unique content for the different platforms. Instead, they were putting the same content on the various platforms, but they use the multiplicity of platforms as a marketing tool to try and attract advertisers and say they normally tell them, I can put you on this platform and put you on this platform. But in most of the cases, the audiences are the same because the content is also the same, and therefore the multiplicity might not necessarily reflect a diversity of content. Next slide. In terms of ownership, most people told us that their platforms are privately owned, or they are for community, or private, uh, for profit, and sometimes there was a combination of reasons. In some cases, the platform operator, for instance, a journalist, was the least shareholder, but he would act as a conduit for several people in government who indirectly publish whatever they like or dislike about their organization. So these platforms are started sometimes to promote an organization, but on the face of them is a journalist who might be well known, but behind that, they are also being used to fight wars of organizations or individuals in business, in politics, and so on. Uh, Several platforms are owned by single individuals, especially the ones owned by journalists who work in mainstream media or who have left mainstream media. But others are owned by families, for example, a husband and a wife. And we noticed also that uh, most platforms, they don't have well structured systems of ownership. In some cases, ownership extended to individuals with permanent jobs in private companies, government ministries, departments, or agencies. And as we shall see later, uh, the salaries of these people working in the different organizations become the main source of income for these platforms. Some online news platforms are owned by influential politicians and security personnel. We noted that most of the people we spoke to were careful not to mention that they had any affiliation to any specific politician or security agency. But we also learned that many platforms have an affiliation with security, and they are platforms that we were told they operate within a certain office at Central Police Station. So that shows you how much they are affiliated to the security agencies. And you can imagine that platforms of this nature might not be able to publish certain types of information, or they might be used to publish certain information. Next slide. Uh, we noted that it is relatively easy to open a platform, and that's why we have so many of them. So we wanted to ask, what does it take to open a platform? We found that it costs less than $1,000 to open a platform. What you need, for instance, is hiring a platform designer that we are told that could cost about $200. I didn't know platform designers are that cheap. Hosting a platform, can also go for about $200 a year. Getting a domain name for $80. Getting a SIM for the platform, obtaining a secure socket layer. Uh, uh, People who are familiar with IT things will know that. Getting registered by URSB, we are told it's about $50, and the UCC license, which is about $8 per year. So, in terms of major political contestations, as we said earlier, ownership influence is likely plays a big part, but also we noted that some platforms had forged sort of partnerships with specific individuals, most of whom were politicians, with probably an aim of driving content about them. Next slide. Uh, we also wondered what technology is driving these platforms, and this is what we came up that this is what we came up with, that many platforms use mobile phones and internet to operate the online sites, and as we know that it is no longer that difficult to gain access to a mobile phone or to get access to internet. WordPress was observed to be the most commonly used platform for publishing. Many of the platforms are hosted through our friends' platform, Ultimate Media Consult, uh, Hostlight, and Namecheap company that offer domain and hosting of online platforms where they pay a subscription so that they can be hosted. For stability, a platform pays about 1 million shillings, which is about $300 per year, to the hosting company. But some websites or platforms pay as little as 200,000. We noted that some platforms are partly unstable because they are not able to pay higher fees to hosting companies that can secure the stability of their platforms. As a result, when multiple people log into their platforms, they tend to slow down or even crash. Some of the websites are using the HTML precursor and cascading style sheets for styling web pages, while a number of platforms use WordPress plugins, including WordFence, all-in-one security, Jetpack, Securi, and Kismet. Probably my colleague Gerald will tell you more about these things later. Some operators have started using AI tools that harvest stories from other sites and repurpose them for their websites. As I told you, that there is a tendency of picking stories from other platforms and then putting them on their platform. So some are using AI tools to do this. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of staffing, we found that most platforms, as you can imagine, don't hire so many people. A lot of platforms are run by an individual with support from a skeleton of staff who help in managing the website and looking for adverts. So sometimes the teams have divided themselves into two groups: the marketing side and the editorial side that collects news. On average, the platforms are run by 4 people: the owner, who might be the face of the platform, the accountant, the administrator, and the webmaster. Uh, the major motivation for contributing to online platforms by some freelance writers is that these platforms provide spaces or space for stories that sources have paid for but can't run in the mainstream media where they are employed. So as a result, the person asks you that you don't have to pay me, just allow my story to go through your platform. So this works for both sides, the producer of the story, but also the host, so that then they can use it as a form of accountability to whichever entity has paid for the story when they see it running on internet. We noted that communication officers and local council politicians and other duty bearers from across the country are major content contributors to online news platforms. So there are some affiliations with local council leaders, and these have a tendency of pushing in their PR stories or stories that help them to fight their personal or institutional wars. Next slide. In terms of financial viability, as I might already have hinted, most platforms are not making money. As a result, they are using salaries of owners of the platforms. So if I earn 1 million shillings, I hire you and pay you 300,000 so that you can work for me in the platform. So owners' income is a major source of income for these platforms. Uh, there, are, there are a few platforms that receive commercial advertising from entities such as banks, government agencies. We also noted that there is a tendency that most platforms get adverts from specific government agencies. For example, Civil Aviation Authority, Electoral Commission, Uganda Revenue Authority, especially some of these entities that are often reported about. We think that journalists probably find it easier to get adverts from these agencies. There, there is a lot of what we call native advertising that is going on in online platforms, and a lot of content or editorial advertising content is disguised as editorial content in the name of native advertising. And we think that this can be misleading to the audience who might not be able to distinguish between an advert and editorial content. And as a result, once this is eventually found out, platforms can lose trust. Some platforms were also helping organizations to manage their social media content. They produce content for social media platforms of organizations, including government agencies. Uh, we noted that uh, traditional media or mainstream media have made an effort to try and show their presence on the digital uh, through the digital platforms. But we noted that a lot of investment is required to get digital by the mainstream media. So a lot of investment is required, but most of these digital platforms for the mainstream media are not yet making money. We were told, especially by uh, Nation Media Group and Vision Group, all of them told us that, or both of them told us that their digital revenue is only 2% of their overall income. As I was having a conversation with someone in the room, they were telling me that one newspaper can make 18 million shillings in subscription of the e-paper, which seemed like little money, but I said it is still better than nothing at all. So, although mainstream media has made heavy investment in digital platforms, the digital platforms are not yet making money for them. Uh, they are saying that consumers are not willing to pay for digital content because they are used to getting it for free. At the same time, advertisers are not yet used here in Uganda that you can make sense by your advertising online. In fact, even one digital news platform owner told us that advertisers don't take digital platforms serious to the extent that they are willing to pay, for instance, 5 million shillings for a one-page advert in Daily Monitor, but when they come to a digital platform, they probably want to offer 500,000 shillings. So digital platforms are not yet uh, appreciated by the audience and also advertisers in the same way. And as a result, they are not able to make a lot of money out of that. Next slide. In terms of regulation, Uganda regulates online news platforms using a mix of laws and regulations to guide and sometimes to control this subsector. The Computer Misuse Act was cited as one of the most used laws to control the digital platforms, but also the registration of online data communication services, service providers policy that was enacted sometime before the 2021 elections is one of those policies that you think is very strong in terms of regulating this subsector. The UCC has been calling upon platform owners to get registered, but the last time they updated their registration, they only had registered 74 platforms. We noted that uh, registration is a major motivation for some of the what you'd call serious platforms because they want to use it as a basis to solicit for business among government agencies because they don't work with platforms which are not registered or which are not known by URA. Next slide. uh, we were also keen to find out how platforms deal with misinformation and disinformation. As you are all aware, misinformation and disinformation are very serious issues in our digital world, and that the proliferation of online news platforms had given misinformation and disinformation a new form of urgency. So some participants reported that some platforms had made a business out of misinformation and disinformation. As I hinted in the ownership structures, there are platforms which are started to mvumira gundi, help me to attack so and so. So some of those platforms are used to spread disinformation. Participants argued that employing professional journalists might be an important safeguard in fighting or combating disinformation. Fact checking and regular training of journalists and public in information literacy were also identified as important interventions in fighting this vice. Next slide. Uh, in terms of professionalism within online news platforms, you can already make suggestions in terms of what we have covered so far. What we see is that online platforms are as professional or unprofessional as are the mainstream media platforms. Unprofessional practices such as taking bribes in form of brown envelopes and disguising editorial content, uh, advertorial content as editorial, were seen to persist within the platforms. Some platform owners have also made themselves available for hire to influential people, especially politicians. And if you are a keen observer, you can see a sponsored story. For example, you can see this headline, which ran in one of the platforms with the title, Dr. Sylvia, the Hope of Luchiga. So you can already sense that someone has sponsored this story. Eh? You can see so many of such titles across most of the platforms. Uh, Online platforms, I mentioned earlier that they tend to pick stories from other media houses and publish them either in written or in their original form. So online platforms are more like practicing the same habit that radio stations have had over the years of reading stories published by the newspapers verbatim without adding or subtracting anything. We found that there are also AI powered news aggregating applications such as Phonics, allafrica.com, Reddit, and Google News, which pick a lot of local stories and republish them without permission of the owners. And we thought that this is another way that the platforms are being cheated because these use their content without giving them any credit or any form of payment. As we wind up another slide. So, in conclusion, we noted that online platforms have become an indispensable part of Uganda's media landscape. We think that training and fact checking will continue to be necessary for effective and responsible use of the platforms, and that there is laxity within the regulation of platforms. Although there are laws, their implementation is tending to be a laissez-faire issue, that they only implement a law if they want to get someone or a particular platform. Advertising and revenue models have blurred professionalism, which threatens the platform's integrity and risk eroding public trust within these platforms. We also note that online platforms in Uganda have a future. There are people who were skeptical and those who were uh, hopeful that there is a future. In fact, some were saying the future is online. But those who were saying the future is online, when you ask for their books of accounts, they don't show that there is a future there. But they insist that the future is online. And we agree that they have a future, but this future is conditioned on improvement in the economy, professionalism, fair regulation, and growth of the internet infrastructure. Because as we know, almost 50% of Ugandans are not online. So it means that the reach of some of this information is very limited. A bright future would also entail mechanisms that address enduring concerns of misinformation and disinformation, that discredit platforms and reduce public trust in these platforms. This is all we had. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Gerald, for this very exhaustive presentation of your in-depth research. I think we will all agree, especially ACME, which seems to be more academic leaning. No doubt it's headed by an academician in a very high level. I think it's one thing to do an exhaustive research like this, and this not put any criticism to your presentation, Dr. Gerard Warulia, but I was just reading the room in terms of attention span and the ability to take in all this information in one chewable bits and pieces so that you don't drop people along the line. And we are still lucky that the audience here is fairly millennial and Gen X, but in the next 2, 3 years, when the Gen Zs now start coming for these events, we risk losing them all out. And before you know it, they will be wearing earphones and just vibing to music. So we may need to find a way of how we can compress some of these things to still deliver the same punch, but keep us within the time constraint. And that is now a message to the next conversationists who are coming in the form of a panel discussion. And this panel discussion is at least programmed to take us through a program of earlier on it had been budgeted for 1 hour, but now looks like part of the minutes have been consumed. Don't worry, George. Okay. Again, George may also need lessons on management. He seems to be very hands-on. George, executive directors of organizations such as yours normally pay people to do the kind of work you are doing. Eh? So if this is one of your money saving techniques, but that was also a very graphic illustration to those of you in the audience who possibly are sitting on support budgets from your respective institutions, capacity building, and I mean, Acme is one of those places that clearly would do with that kind of budget so that you support George to hire human resource that's able to do the heavy lifting, literally. Now, we have an interesting panel coming on, and it's going to be a very interesting panel in the sense that it kind of gets into a deep dive conversation from a realistic point of view of what Dr. Waluria has just shared with us. It's going to be moderated by Ivan Olukanda. I don't know whether Ivan you're around. Have I seen you? Yes. Ivan, please come and take the platform so that you are able to introduce your panel. And right now, it's exactly 12:13. Now, at 12:13, lunch here starts at 1. And it's not, when we have lunch, we don't have time, we have food. But the good thing is that this food is served on time. So you need to balance between the interest of having food on time and having lunch at 1. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Simon. I see that in the room we have so many Gen Zs, and Gen Zs have also talked about digital lunch. So maybe they don't need to go to the restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Dr. Waluria for ably disseminating the study. And now I want to invite my panel, 2 gentlemen and a lady, to discuss the findings from this research. First, I want to invite Mr. Gerald Businge. Mr. Gerald Businge is the team leader at Ultimate Media Consult. Let's clap for Mr. Gerald Businge. Okay. Next, I want to invite Miss Angela Nampeo. Miss Angela Nampeo is in charge of digital platforms at Nation Media. I think we haven't clapped enough for her. And lastly, I want to invite Mr. Giles Mohammed, the ED at Chimp Reports. Okay. I think I'll sit here. Should I stand here or should I take a seat? But I think I should look at my panel so that we can have a good discussion. I want to start with you, Angela. You've listened to the results presented by Dr. Gerard Waluria. What do you think about these results as a digital editor at Nation Media?
Oh, right, I'm on. Thank you and good afternoon to the room. As a contributor to the results that Dr. Waluria presented, I could be a little bit conflicted, but I think they are quite realistic from what we see across the board. I've been in this space, at least in terms of digital transformation at the Nation Media Group for about 5 years now. So what has been presented is really what we see out there, I think.
Okay. Mr. Gerard Businge, as someone who runs many of these platforms and someone whose work stands at the intersection of academia and journalism practice, but also as a host of many of these platforms. Um, what do you think about the outcome of this study?
Thank you. Um, this is, of course, very commendable work and output, which gives us a good mirror to look at ourselves. For those of us who are taking a step in navigating digital media publication, and quite a lot of very important things have been highlighted, especially the struggles amidst the hope, which I think gives a very clear uh, state of affairs of online media. However, of course, as like you're saying, if we look at this at an academic, from an academic standpoint, I see that, of course, there is a lot we can do to improve and concretize our analysis in terms of whether we are looking at, we are saying digital platforms, but we seem to be looking at online publications. There are a lot of other publications that don't necessarily do or do journalistic content. But also, when we talk of platforms, like we say, this is a platform. We are looking not at online publications, but those spaces online where people can come and engage. So probably that would also would have taken us to much more if that's what we're analyzing. But certainly I see there is a lot of opportunity and a lot of challenges, and within that there is a lot of work to be done.
Okay, thanks so much, Jared. Giles, do these results reflect the state of, do you relate with these results as someone who runs Chimp Report? And if you do, how do you relate to them?
Thank you very much. I think they do. There's not a really good job because one of the researchers interviewed.
Can you hear?
No.
Okay. Maybe bend it a little towards you.
Can you hear me now?
Just bend it a little more towards the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
If you can switch it on. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think it's the mic with the problem, not me. So the research was good. It has depth, and I can see that the researchers.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's only Giles who is speaking at this time.
Yeah, I'm saying that I was among the people who was interviewed, and I can see my views were well reflected in the final report. And I also see they touch on very key issues, especially on the issue of viability, which is very, very, very important. So I think it's a very wonderful report, and everyone should really read it. Thank you.
Okay. So in one of his remarks, Dr. Walulia said that online platforms are as much affected by the issue of professionalism as mainstream platforms. What do you think about the state of professionalism on digital platforms, rather on in this sector of online media?
Thank you very much. I think the issue of professionalism is very serious because I remember when we started Chimp Reports in 2012, we had a reason why we started it. I had finished my mass communication degree at the university, and at the time, we had to wait for news at 1 o'clock on radio or watch TV. So I said, but how is this even possible? Things are happening in the morning, there are press conferences, there are events why should we wait up to 1 o'clock or 7 p.m. in the evening? So I mobilized some of my friends to start a news platform to fill that gap. So the motivation was purely journalistic. And then as we went on, we realized that we actually needed to manage the business aspect. But now you see that most of the guys coming on board are motivated by money, politics. Politicians are opening up online platforms, MPs, the way they have been opening up radio stations. So you find every MP has an online platform pushing for his interests. And then others have seen maybe chimp reports and others really shine and make some money, and you think, yeah, it's very easy. You can open as the researchers showed with less than $1,000 and you can start making money. So the motivation to make money has really killed the professionalism in the digital media industry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to move to you, Angela.
Yes.
Regarding professionalism, now that Nation Media was originally belonged to legacy media, but now it has coped up with technology. What do you see? What does the professional barometer read um, in regard to professionalism on platforms that are both traditional but also digital at the same time?
Thank you, Ivan. Now, first of all, I'd just like for some information. We have a platform. We have an online media platform at Nation Media that's more than 15 years old, and that's the Daily Monitor. So the challenge was that at the time we went into this space, the focus maybe was different. Also, the priorities of media houses, traditional media at that time, was slightly different. So one of the things we have struggled with as traditional media, and also in increasingly dry economic times, is investment in the digital side of the business. So if you're looking at the kind of, you can even still almost feel it, the effort that was traditionally devoted to the legacy side of the business, the print, the effort, the quality of hires that you would hire for editors, for the newspaper or producers, for the TV station, because I oversee operations now. We've gone into a convergence where the digital and generally the whole business is operating as a content media house. So just looking across at all of our legacy media platforms, whether they be radio, television, or print, the kind of effort and investment we were putting in the traditional business was a little bit higher. And that's because of, it was informed by the thinking of the times that, and even now, as the results have shown, the digital side of the business is not what is feeding the company. So we are still being fed by traditional advertising, advertising from the legacy side and the other traditional revenue streams. So it's been one of the things has been an uphill battle to convince the ownership, which is now convinced that digital is the way to go, but just to devote the kind of investment in training, so whether it is in tools and all kinds of things.
Okay.
So
Just
that's where the
at that point of
balance.
at that point of training, has nation media in any way improved its editorial policy, code of conduct, in order to accommodate the new challenges regarding professionalism, but also issues of misinformation and disinformation, especially when they are generated by journalists.
True, our editorial policy is a living document. It's actually available online. So the latest update was for us to incorporate AI governance and among other things. So we've done a group-wide, not just in Uganda, but we've done a group-wide conversation on our editorial policy. So the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Bsinge, as a host and trainer and so many things to do with multimedia, um, are Ugandan newsrooms adapting or adopting and adapting well to the digital trends, to the technologies as they are emerging? Are you satisfied? How satisfied are you?
Well, it's a tricky question. From an academic standpoint, from a business standpoint,
You are all
it,
those.
it usually depends on which perspective you're looking at things. Uh, as you're aware, I've been in this space. I've been teaching digital media and multimedia communication since 2010, and there are things we've been encouraging. Even now, we continue to encourage. But in terms of the practice, certainly it's a long distance to go, and men are making great efforts, great strides. Like you see, efforts being made by even the legacy media and as well as the new publishers who are putting up sites. One of the biggest issues that I see, especially from the question you're coming from of professionalism, is the ongoing confusion of media and journalism. And I think we really need to wake up from this slumber. A platform is a platform. It's not journalism. Journalism is the practice of gathering, packaging and disseminating content following a set of tools. And that process can be done through any platform. So professionalism has nothing to do with the platform. You are who you are despite the clothes you are putting on. You are who you are despite the road that you are on. So this allocation of professional practice to platforms is quite misleading and will derail us from, both improving practice, but also being able to adopt the best possible platforms that can help us reach and engage audiences. So in this digital, especially when we talk of digital or online, one of the key issues I see is also the kind of mindset that we go there with. Of course, you can still go there and serve local. We encourage a lot of hyperlocal publishing and hyperlocal content. But it's very important that from both a content perspective, people engagement perspective, and a financial perspective, that we tap into this platform that is online, that is digital, and then take their different kind of mindset. And also develop, that's why I talked about platforms, develop platforms and products also that can target people across our geographies, because we cannot keep this small mindset of targeting people in Uganda only when you're online. I'm sorry if I'm sounding, yeah, like you can't go on this whole ocean and pick out a cup always. It's going to retard you, because if you look at the platforms where we spend content, they're not based in Uganda. So for us, how are we going to grow? How are we going to be real players in this industry if you're going to focus again only on local news? Not that we forget local news, but we should be able to get this content available to a global audience, and also tap both revenue and engagement from this kind of global audience. And I think in that line, we still have a lot of work to do.
Okay. Thank you so much, Gerald. We still have a lot of work to do. and I totally agree with you. Um, Guys, how viable? I know you've been running Chimp Report for some time, and the number of people in this room who are running um, digital news platforms. How viable do you find digital journalism in Uganda?
Thank you very much. I think online platforms are viable, but we need to know that y- good journalism needs partnerships. If you're a platform owner, let's say in my case, from a career, you do not have accounting skills, you do not have marketing skills, you're not an IT specialist, so how are you going to run a profitable media house? So you need partnerships. Like in my case, I partnered with someone who's good in marketing and IT and an accountant. So the accountant helps on managing revenues, taxes, and so on. And the IT guy make sure that the system is okay. And then for me, I focus on editorial content. So you need partnerships for a media house to be viable. Then number two, you need to be very aggressive because journalists think that all you need to do is just write a good story and that's it. But for a media house, you need to be more aggressive, do good marketing, reach out, have good partnerships, and then you can be able to be viable. Then also, to be viable, you also need to avoid to mitigate risk, especially litigation. You must make sure your content is good and you avoid defamation suits because you have seen many newspapers going under because of defamation suits. I don't want to mention them, but you know them. Then also you need to build public trust, people to trust your content that it's really legitimate. But I think even in the entire media, we have a problem of running promotional stories and not labeling them as promotional or paid for content. So this is really affecting the public trust. It's something that we all need to work on. Then value addition. For a media house to be viable, you not only need a niche, but also add value. So if you're reporting that President Museveni has threatened crash Bobi Wine, or there is a protest at Uganda Road, so you can also add a map to show that there is chaos here, so people can use other routes. So you add value to the content that you give to people, and then you can really be viable and also invest in investigative journalism. Because I remember when we published the story of the handshake, the oil handshake, which I investigated for about 8.5 months, gave us a lot of traction and goodwill from the public. Then also to cultivate good sources, and good sources, they don't have to be big people in big offices. It could be a waitress, it could be a cleaner, it could be someone who accesses the boss's office, a tea girl, and so on. So it's important for to be sustainable, to be viable. You really need to have that exclusive content that you can give to your audience all the time. And then lastly, to share resources, to manage resources very well. For example, this election, media houses are deploying independent teams, and then it's very costly. Yet, if they had maybe 2 or 3 vans and shared resources, they'll be able to reduce the cost of covering this election, and they will not deplete their resources, which usually affect newsrooms. You find you have an election, you're focusing on that, and then other areas you're not providing the necessary resources. I forgot one point: to embrace technology. There are many tools. For me now, when I go to conference and I see people taking notes all the time, and then typing afresh, and then I just don't know. I just feel pity for them because there are modern tools like Otter. I don't know if you know Otter, that can really record and transcribe content in real time. And then you can also use other tools to organize your content and then provide context, and you're able to run your stories very quickly. So we need to embrace technology. I can go on and on. I know I
Thank
don't
you.
have enough time,
Thank you. Thank
but
you.
that's all I can
I
say.
know
Thanks.
I know people, some in this audience who can no longer take notes, and the only time they hold a pen is when they are making a signature. Um, Angela, I want to ask you a question in relation to what Giles has been talking about um, in regard to viability. There are many people, including here, who are working for traditional media. Some are media owners. But but I know that Nation Media has been adopting and adapting the technology. So if you can briefly tell us how mainstream media can remain viable in an age where we've seen so many platforms opening every now and then. How can they remain viable?
Thank you. I think
You don't have
COVID,
to limit yourself to NMG.
yeah, I can speak generally, but I think COVID-19 and the, lockdowns and disruption of the times showed us really, especially for us in the traditional media, that we're these elephant, we're giants, and sometimes trying to feed this giant and move them around and uh, get get them to operate efficiently in the kind of economy we're in is can be a real challenge. So we've seen layoffs, but you can only restructure so much. You cannot lay off your entire workforce. So what the traditional or what was the traditional way of operating now has had to change. Um, Traditional media has to become more efficient. We've seen adoption of tools, uh, use of AI to, have all these editorial assistants assist these editors who could be potentially overworked to, have tools that can help them check grammar and all of that, have reporters track their content so they can beat deadlines, but also to have fewer people who are multi-skilled. So we are going for the multi-skilling. Many people who worked in these institutions a couple of years ago were restricted to, I'm a print guy. So I know how to do my Adobe InDesign or whatever it is. I can design pages, and but now the reality is it's not sustainable for you, even as an individual, to have only a single set of skills. So the convergence I spoke about earlier, you're seeing more newsrooms converging, especially the bigger ones. I can speak about Nation Media and New Vision, where you have multiple branches of the business. So now you have, you need to have people not just who can do TV, but they can do TV, they can do radio, they can go and do things on the online space. I'll use myself as an example. Many people here still identify me as Daily Monitor because that's how I've been known for a long time as a writer, uh, somebody who began in print. Now, for me to be sitting here speaking as a digital editor for Nation Media Group just shows you the direction. So I don't today, if Daily Monitor needs an editor for the print, I can still do that. And I have done that. Some of your weekend editions have been produced by yours truly. But I sit in NTV. And when I sit in NTV, I also run and oversee the digital platforms. So I understand what happens on the social media, what happens on our websites. I have been part of rethinking the digital revenue. So I am showing you the direction that even the human resource, the efficiency, there's this one person who can, multitask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe on another day we shall talk about the extent of multitasking. How far can multitasking go? Is multitasking for everyone, or is just for a few people? I'll get back to this panel. I know that there are people this side who have questions for the panel, who have comments for us to learn from. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Okay, there's one here. There is a guy at the extreme end, and there is a lady, and there's a man in blue. Okay, where is our microphone? Okay, so first give that guy in the jacket.
Yes, it's a good afternoon. My name is Ivan. While the presentation was being made, something came up on how advertisers are unable to pay for online advertisement, and for me that brings me to a question and a reflection whether, as newsrooms, we have endeavored to embed MAL within our approaches, the monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning, because what you can't show, then you can't count it. So basically, I'm trying to assume that many of us, if we have evaluation tools, they are actually trying to undertake metrics on the incomes that are coming in, and largely, very many of our newsrooms in Uganda here largely do not follow through their stories on how they're either influencing the changes in their community, or even through how probably their stories are targeted to an audience. For example, right now we're in an election year, and if you are not a very inquisitive newsroom, you will not go to dig deeper into the 21.6 million voters, because many of these are highly young people. So if you do that at the back of your mind, and have information that is packaged, targeting that category. So
Okay.
the basic
Is
question
is it a comment? Is
so
it a
the
question?
question is, how newsrooms or how can the media embed broader mal approaches? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a lady. There's a lady in the corner, in pink.
Thank you. I have a question, and I think
If you
specifically
can direct your question to any of the
yeah,
panelists.
my question is to Angela. I found it interesting that she said the digital side of what they're doing is still financially funded by the mainstream side or the traditional side of what they're doing. And just reflecting and looking at global digital media. For example, we have the New York Times, the Financial Times using digital subscription, and that's leading revenue. And we have the Guardian, it's using membership, and they have a community that is contributing to what they're doing. And I think they have made some structural changes, some cultural changes, just moving from the newsroom mindset to product-led mindset. I just want to ask, is there a challenge to applying these things locally? That leads us to depending on the traditional advertising to fund our digital endeavors.
Okay, Thank you. Angela will answer. There's Jackson there in blue.
Thank you very much. My name is Jackson Sewanyana.
Direct your question.
Yes, my question. It's not even a question, but
Okay, it's a comment.
it's a comment.
Okay, okay.
It's a comment.
Say it in 1 minute.
Yeah. It stems from Angela and the moderator himself, where he asked how far can a journalist multitask. I think it stems from two ways: individual efforts as a journalist, and then it also comes from our institutions of learning. I recall when I was doing my bachelor's, some of our instructors used to tell us that they want to produce us as all around journalists. So when you can do a lot of across the different platforms, online, print, and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. There's a hand here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would also like to thank the audience and everybody participating. I'm Kabuza Mukasa from the Media Council, and I've been following lately with a very keen interest, and I've observed there is a big problem that is across the media, and that is the communication waste, which seems not to be bothering everybody, but affects everybody. The advertisers may carry their message through an agent, then the publisher, the broadcaster, or whoever. But the message doesn't reach the consumer the way it was intended. And the consumer may not realize the message being carried, and the message originator is contented, the message is delivered, yet it didn't reach the consumer the way it was intended out of wrong interpretation, out of wrong misrepresentation, either audio, video, or even press. When you go out there in the outdoor advertisements, when you read the billboards, when you read the banners, when you read the posters, both corporate, government, and non-government organizations have wrong messages carried across. In a way, some messages may be intended to maybe health related or agriculture related, but it is delivered wrongly. And at the end of the day,
In 30 seconds.
I'm just concluding.
Okay.
And in a way, that needs to be addressed. And it is a collective responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a lady here.
Good morning, rather good afternoon. My name is Juliet. My question goes to Mr. Businge. As a host to many platforms, I am curious to know whether when you're hosting these platforms, do you scrutinize them or you just looking at the money bit of it?
Thank you. It's a short and very, very clear question. Um, there's a hand here. Okay. I know that Miss Margaret Centam is in the room, so the gender balance has to be up to date. Please ask the question.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm Simon Eropo. I'm happy to be part of this discussion about the online digital platforms. I want to share something personally, I have an online digital platform. And this platform serves a special audience, and this is the deaf community. So I would like to know how other online media platforms, how accessible are you? Do you think about these other categories of people in the community? Like for the mainstream, we've been seeing sign language interpreters. They've really tried to be inclusive. So, what is happening to these other online media platforms? I think if we are inclusive, we can have a positive impact in the communities that we serve, especially when it comes to news that we disseminate. I think we can help that type of community to access this information. So I request maybe in the future, can we try to be accessible so that even these other people access this information? It may be a bit hard, but I think with the time we can try to have inclusive digital platforms for everyone. Maybe we can find a one how to build the capacity for these online platforms if it is a capacity gap, so that we make sure that we give out information that is inclusive. I think that is one of the gaps that I've seen with these online digital platforms. So the issue is the capacity building, and I think we can do this together. And in that way, we can give you support in such areas.
Okay.
I found this discussion very, very good, especially to me as a person, because most of us are marginalized. But when we get such information, it really helps us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want us to clap for Media Focus on Africa for having organized an inclusive workshop. Okay. I think everyone who raised their hand was selected to speak. So don't say I was a dictator, right? You all exercised your right. So I want to come back here, and I want to start with the person who was asked the least number of questions. Giles, in light of the questions and the comments from the audience, what do you see as the future of online news platforms?
Thank you very much. I think the future of digital media lies within multi-skilled.
Don't forget to talk about inclusivity, the inclusivity which Simon was talking about.
Okay.
In a minute.
So yeah, media houses need to be inclusive. Their strategies for marketing, for for looking for revenues, has to be data driven. And also consider other revenue streams. For example, media houses don't need to restrict themselves to just publishing news. You can do social media promotions. You can have a lot that you can offer in the media space. I was looking at the report of New York Times in 2020. I read it in 2020. At the time, they had about 10 million subscribers. So
Subscription is also an avenue that many media houses need to look out for, and also build public trust and provide investigative journalism. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Giles. Gerard, so many questions seem to come your way, including whether you scrutinize the people um, you host for platforms.
I think I'll start with that one. I hope you want a honest answer. For hosting services, we are like a hotel. We don't ask what you are coming to do. Now, a host, me, I'm hosting you, I'm providing a room for you. How you're going to sleep there, what you're going to do there is not my for that side of the of hosting. I hope I have answered you.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I think it's a good answer.
now I can go to other. Oh, uh, thank you. These are very, very interesting submissions and questions. I think one of the big advantages of digital media, I think from the first where they said where we need to include to embed the monitoring, evaluation, and research and learning. I think most platforms, or even these CMSs people are using, have very easy integration of analytics. I know that trust the people we host almost as a mass dialect. They need to be able to track their users, know who has visited what content, what page, in which countries. So it's easy really to get these statistics. But I do think that the issue of online advertising and attracting money is a little bit more complicated than just not having the statistics to show to the potential advertiser. You realize, first of all, it's not true that people don't advertise online. At our place, my colleague here, we have people we're advertising for online, and they're spending a lot of money online every month, including local universities, even non-business people like international agencies. They're advertising online. But the challenge with online advertising is that you are competing with Facebook, you are competing with Google. So by the time someone chooses you to advertise with you and not put on tweet on X, not put on LinkedIn, it's going to be a very, very hard calculation. You must present real value, which of course also builds on the kind of content that you are doing, the kind of engagement you are doing with your clientele. But it's a big ocean, luckily. It's really a big ocean because within this very environment, I'm sure guys here will tell you that many of the planning online adverts, there are also people from abroad who call you and they want to run ads on your site. And I know many of the people who are host with us are always putting up these kinds of ads from so many other countries, so many other products. So it's an environment where there, let's play, let's get used to it. Let's put up as much content as we can. If you are doing a professional publication, please follow these principles of professional practice, because for those who are looking for that kind of content, it does really put you in very good position
Okay.
if you are professional.
Just from a technical perspective,
Yes.
can you design something for the deaf? Because that was Simon's most pressing concern.
Uh, this is a very, very big concern. I had someone from Media Council. In other countries, they've designed laws on this that make sure that every platform and every media must be inclusive. I'm not saying that we should wait for media houses, but it's extremely important that as we go digital, all our
Sorry,
platforms.
Jared. Colleagues, let's listen to one another. We have just a few minutes, and we shall be out of here for lunch. Yes, please go on.
Yes, that we can do at a technical level, but as you see, most of our community here are used to do things when they are legally bound. Uh, so it might call like that government also introduces, picks these laws to help us grow towards inclusivity and requires that all publications, all media are able to be inclusive so that we can put content that can be accessed by all people. And now with this, of course, AI is making it easier to develop some of these capabilities to enable, for example, content on websites to be easily turned into audio so that people can listen even if they missed. it can read it for them, but also it can turn it into a form people even with braille can read. Also colors, like be able to change colors, change size of text. So there are these best practices that we can implement within our platforms, within our these digital platforms. But also we need to do, you talked about that accessibility, but you also talked about inclusive information. Being able to purposefully go out there and look for kind of content that will help the people you say are disadvantaged, like who need this information to be able to navigate the kind of challenges they find are not the same everywhere.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I have answered the questions that were given to me.
Yes, I think you've answered the question. So, colleagues, those of us who might be invited to contribute to a policy being developed by UCC, we have some ideas to start with. Angela, please address all those questions directed to you, including inclusivity, if you are already doing it, and how you are doing it.
Okay, thank you. I'll deal with, I think some of them have been partially dealt with in terms of how can newsrooms incorporate uh, the evaluation. And I believe many of us are already uh, plugging in to analytics and getting information that informs us how our content is performing. But we also have new job roles. Now we have audience analysts and data analysts and data scientists, and this is the future. Uh, and these are things we are actively doing because it's very important, especially if you want to make or to try and make money from digital content. In terms of, is there a challenge adapting our advertising? How come New York Times and Financial Times can adapt their products? We are on the way. But the thing that we need to understand is when you think of a media house like Nation Media, the face you see are the journalists. But our backbone, we have like an entire sales team that is from the legacy media background. They've been doing things a certain way. So we have a journey of reorienting everybody, not just the journalists, but everybody in all our media houses, even the people who sell. Now, all of us sell, not even just the sales teams, but just reorienting everybody. And we are thinking of new ways. We have studied the market. We've brought in consultants who are telling us this is how advertisers are. These are their advertising goals. This is how you can fit into what they're looking for. So that's the direction we are taking. Are we there yet? Not quite. We are learning from some of the best. Some of our consultants have been Financial Times around, especially around Nation Media, just trying to learn and see, how did you do it? Of course, the environment is slightly different. Somebody talked about our culture here of content consumption. When we were putting out our paywall in the beginning, actually, we started with a data wall, not even a paywall. A data wall in that we were just asking for your email address and, something. Register so you can get into our content. Even that was problematic for, of course, many reasons, data privacy and other things. And then when we moved into the paywall, so we met that resistance. We got the feedback. Why? Why? Because journalism needs to survive. But that's something that has gradually, it's very gradually sinking in. We now have many people willing to even consider paying for content, but it's a cultural thing. Among other things, it's an economic thing. Data is not cheap. We are aware that according to the report, 50%, of our people in rural areas do not have access to, a number of these things that would enable them to consume. So we are reorienting. We are succeeding to a small extent. We are innovating every day, but we still have challenges to overcome.
Thank you so much.
I hope I haven't missed something.
Inclusivity.
Yes, and now when it comes to inclusivity, we still have a ways to go, especially with hearing impaired. It's when we were redesigning some of our websites, it was a conversation and a consideration. We've considered some tools to help us, but for example, on our products, if you went to our e-paper, you will find that it's not just available in, you don't just open it. It has text to view, so you can expand the text. Some of the things my colleague was talking about, it has an option for you to listen rather than read. And that applies to our website as well. So we've tried out things like video generation. So again, it's a journey. We are trying to make use of all the tools we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And from your submission, there's a lot of experimentation in journalism, and this has been happening even before Gutenberg invented a printing press in 1436. So, ladies and gentlemen, journalism is not about to die. The traditional media will not die. It will only keep evolving with the times. So let's not be worried. Some jobs will keep dying, but some jobs will also keep. Some jobs will also be created, and we can't predict with certainty about which jobs will be created. I mean, technology and media. I mean, they've always been moving hand in. They've been moving together for centuries. I want us to clap for our panel. Thank you so much for ably handling this topic. And let's clap for the presenter, Dr. Gerard Walulia. Ladies and gentlemen, this study was exploratory. It was only the beginning. Yeah, you're only putting one foot into the lake to see what comes out. Otherwise, a bigger study can be done. But this study is also available online. If you go to the Acme website, you'll find this study. For those of you who have issues you want Acme to study, please reach out. The Acme team is here. Acme team, please stand for recognition. Okay. Is George here? Yeah, the Acme team is here. So thank you so much. I want to ask my panel to leave the floor. And okay, we are taking a picture as Mr. Kasiate takes his microphone.
And the microphone I shall take without a doubt. So let's give them a hand clap for putting us through a good session. We're going in now for the more exciting bit of today's program, which is the lunch break. The most exciting certainly will come towards sunset, and you know what it is. You are journalists, and you have not lost on the old joke that if you have no one to take the drinks, you know what to do. You invite the press. So I will now invite Jan from the Media Focus on Africa to come and share with us what lays ahead for the afternoon session, especially with regard to breakaway sessions. Yesterday we had a bit of a challenge. The breakaway sessions were not evenly or appropriately communicated, and so we had an imbalance in terms of attendees. So I hope that now Jan, telling us before lunch, she will guide us on where you can go after lunch. You can go to any of the breakaway sessions except leaving 4 points. So please stay around.
Simon, how can you say that? I wish to exempt myself from the narrative that Simon suggested that uh, if you don't have the drinks, the press will be available. No, the press is going to have drinks because we are celebrating all the time, and that's why we intentionally put the pillar to be at the front. The free press is ahead, not like, oh yeah, because we don't have drinks. The journalists, no, the journalists have drinks at home. They've come to cover the story and to do what they're supposed to do and not to drink. And these are the impressions people have of us, which we must keep packing and debunking. Yeah, but of course it's a joke. So this afternoon is very interesting. We're going to have 3 important events. Number one, we'll have parallel sessions. The first one is going to be the future of local news in a digital era. And we've made a change. It will happen in a room called Mengo, just down the corridor. We'll guide you about that. And we'll be doing it with URN and Jamii Africa. And we'll also have somebody from the radio. In the other one, we're going to talk about the non-conventional approaches to storytelling. And here we're going to have, it's going to be led by MCI. We'll have Abbas in there. And I think I've seen Andrew, who's also doing a podcast in sports. And so please make sure you also join in. I mean, find the two. But most important also is at the main auditorium here, we are going to have the discussion about half the population and quarter the space. We are talking about the women in media, and this will be run by Umwa. So please stay in this room if you're going to focus on the main auditorium, which is going to be about the launching of the global